Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are strong, are tough.
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
This morning, Ghana stares into a mirror, and the reflection is disturbing. Our schools, once sanctuaries of learning, now echo with screams, scandals, and sirens. 13 university students dead since 2024. Teachers interdicted for sexual misconduct. Students attacking teachers. Teachers assaulting students. Discipline is dying, and with it, the soul of education. But while classrooms crumble, the corridors of power are no less chaotic. Ken Ofori-Atta'S, facing 28 counts of corruption, now holds a U.S. green card. A court abroad declaring Ghana's charges not credible, quote unquote. Is that fact, or the lawyers were lying, as the OSP suggests? The OSP insists it's still answerable, or he is still answerable. Parliament is split. The people are watching. Is justice now a matter of geography or of convenience? And then the resignations. Justice Sophia Kufu walks away from the Council of State after 7 months, only 7 months, and check the time when she resigned. Dr. Bosman Asari exits the Electoral Commission after 8 years. Has he done up to that number yet? Both departures wrapped in silence, speculation, and symbolism. Are these mere career turns or coded protests against a system losing its moral compass? Yes, so today we ask, when the classroom becomes a crime scene, when the courtroom becomes a refuge, and when the council chamber becomes a revolving door, what does discipline, accountability, and service mean in Ghana today? This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. We'll be right back to deal with the vex matters.
Big game today as Ghana faces England.
You forgot the eggs.
And the whole nation is ready. Shot on target. Oh, what a save! Benjamin Asari flying for Ghana.
What is it? Politics is always safe.
Every day, in the moments we love, we rely on clean and safe water that flows from Polytank.
Welcome to a place where everyday living is reimagined, where space, movement, and community come together effortlessly. With thoughtfully designed spaces, modern facilities, and everything you need within reach, you don't just live here, you feel safe, comfortable, and at ease. Step inside Eden Heights and discover spaces crafted for comfort, style, and everyday living. And just when it feels right, you will know. Because this isn't just about finding a house, it's about stepping into a better way of living.
Eden Heights, the height of modern living. Book a private viewing today.
Mommy, good morning.
Good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major colon surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally?
Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery. Laparoscopic colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, first Ghana colorectal center, aimed to serve a peculiar health need.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy manful. Kale Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, a man is swing, Nesanso Mama Hoto so a will beg you.
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Na se afi 1924 enye afi bia keke na mumwa brabo ahyase. Na se abrabo enye bibi kesi bia na mumaniema nketewa a efete se edwuma edikan akukuduro a yedisi ginaye na woni obi etu anamon abomu na se bombo emma wo ahoto te se chini a ekura yen wa abra nsu kesi bi ato mpofui mu na se bibie mu no wedwuma sam ekoswe na se apomuden edi enidaso ba na akomabubu nso ewo hye fofore na se ahumjie eye emre abasobode afa hudie ene enijie ewo mue na se wabrabo mu nsem ejina wo fie ene wedwuma sem ho nso na se ye di odo e bata ne ayahwere ho a yenkra die ebeye fe
Enterprise, your advantage.
And here is Samson's take. The Accra Mandate, sustaining the moral leadership of the continent for justice and reparations. The moral arc of history bends towards justice, but it does not bend on its own. It requires the deliberate, unyielding force of courageous leadership, clear-eyed strategy, and a collective refusal to let time erase the gravest of historical crimes. Crime never rots. It must be punished at one point. This week, right here in Accra, the world witnessed that force in action as Ghana assumed its rightful place as the ideological vanguard of global black emancipation through the adoption of the Accra Next Steps commitments on reparatory justice. Throughout the summit, a palpable recurring sentiment echoed through the corridors of power, resounding praise for Ghana's leadership. Presidents, delegates, and foreign dignitaries explicitly drew parallels between this summit and Ghana's foundational role in the continent's independence struggle. Like her counterparts, the Prime Minister of Barbados noted that, quote, Ghana called the world to freedom almost 70 years ago. Today, it calls us again to help ensure that the children of Africa and its diaspora inherit dignity, prosperity, and peace, end quote. They were right. Just as our nation signaled in 1957 that its liberation was incomplete without the total liberation of the African continent, Ghana has once again demonstrated that Africa's economic and structural sovereignty is incomplete without reparatory justice. We were praised because we dared to provide the institutional anchor for a global movement, laying out a comprehensive strategic framework that demands an unconditional acknowledgement of truth and full formal apologies from state and non-state institutions. Some of those apologies have come since the president led the UN resolution. This was not a mere talking shop or a gathering of passive observers convened by President John Dramani Mahama, the African Union champion on advancing the cause of justice and the payment of reparations to Africans. This high-level consultative conference brought together an extraordinary assembly, heads of state and government, ministers of foreign affairs, senior officials, and delegates representing regional bodies, academia, activists. I love to see, and I saw Wole Soyinka, and civil society organizations from across Africa, the Caribbean, and the Americas were in attendance. Crucially, it included representatives from the UN member states that bravely voted in support of the landmark General Assembly Resolution 250, which formally declared the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel slavery as the gravest crime against humanity. Yes, President Mahama led that. To see these high-level dignitaries gather on Ghanaian soil to iron out the concrete steps for implementing this global resolution was historic. Moderating a panel at the plenary session, I witnessed a depth of insight that was profoundly encouraging. We tore down the misconception that reparations are just a marginal demand or a simple cash payout. Instead, we established that true reparatory justice is a robust legal and economic framework encompassing restitution, rehabilitation, and guarantees that these historical crimes against humanity can never be repeated. This mandate firmly establishes that the obligation to compensate exists as a matter of international law. I said earlier, crime does not rot. While boldly demanding immediate multilateral debt relief and financial justice to correct the persistent development disparities caused by centuries of exploitation. But let us be brutally honest. A document is only as powerful as the hands that hold it. The architects of the Accra commitment wisely reorganized or recognized that this cannot remain a struggle championed only by veteran diplomats and the political elite. The framework explicitly incorporates a vital intergenerational dimension, declaring that reparatory justice, such processes, must include the meaningful participation of the youth in the design, implementation, and monitoring of all processes. Our youth must understand that reparations are not an act of begging for aid. They are a legal and moral demand for accountability. The systemic racism, structural inequality, and economic disparities we see today are the enduring legacies of historical dehumanization. If the youth do not take up this intellectual and legal fight, the momentum built in Accra will wither away. Finally, we must look to the future with absolute candor. While we commend President John Mahama for utilizing his platform and AU championship to drive this monumental consultative conference, this cause transcends any single individual, political party, or administration. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa rightly asserts that the Accra commitments have set in motion institutional mechanisms that Ghana must sustain long into the future. The mandate welcomes the establishment of critical global multi-stakeholder panels to operate in close coordination and foster transcontinental synergy, specifically creating a high-level global advisory council on reparatory justice, a global expert panel on the restitution of cultural heritage, and a global legal panel on reparatory justice. Further, the agreement mandates that this consultative conference be convened annually to review progress, meaning Ghana's commitment cannot be seasonal. Whether leadership changes today or tomorrow, the states of Ghana must remain the permanent unyielding home of the global reparations agenda. We have lit the flame. We must ensure that no subsequent political tide is ever allowed to extinguish it. And that is my take. We'll be right back with my guest.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you waking up with jaw pain and headaches? This is commonly caused by grinding your teeth at night. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. This condition is known as bruxism or grinding. Oftentimes, people are unaware that they are doing so, but the side effects are visible and often heard by one's sleep partner. So if you're experiencing jaw pain, headache, sensitivity, and even fractured teeth, you may be a clincher or grinder. It can also wear down your teeth and affect your overall health. After a dental visit, a custom-made ninth guard will be made for you. This occlusal guard is worn to protect your teeth while you sleep to prevent further damage and discomfort. So, contact your dental office to learn more about protecting your teeth from clenching and grinding.
Healthy smile.
Another week is here. on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Welcome to a place where everyday living is reimagined, where space, movement, and community come together effortlessly. With thoughtfully designed spaces, modern facilities, and everything you need within reach, you don't just live here, you feel safe, comfortable, and at ease. Step inside Eden Heights and discover spaces crafted for comfort, style, and everyday living. And just when it feels right, you will know. Because this isn't just about finding a house, it's about stepping into a better way of living.
Eden Heights, the height of modern living. Book a private viewing today.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tonton. Mr. Femi Kakalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you? Improve car. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the action.
Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, come to my chest, I tell you.
Sasso, come tom preko.
Innovation, research, and engineering are driving solutions for a sustainable future. The University of Energy and Natural Resources, in collaboration with Joy News, presents the International Conference on Energy and Engineering 2026 under the theme Engineering the Future, Energy, Agriculture, and Infrastructure Innovations towards Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development. The conference comes up from 30th September to 2nd October. Ahead of the International Conference on Energy and Engineering, join us this Friday on the AM show as we discuss how engineering, technology, and innovation can help Ghana respond to climate change challenges, from strengthening agriculture and food security to building sustainable systems, with insights from Dr. Naomi Kumi, Senior Lecturer, Department of Atmospheric and Climate Science, Vice Dean of Students, UNM, Dr. Kwabena Atakra, Senior Lecturer, Department of Horticulture and Crop Production, UNM, and Dr. Ebenezer Kwejo Siabi, Research Fellow and Lecturer, Earth Observation Research and Innovation Center, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. On the AM show, live on Joy News.
You're welcome back. And here controversy pales into clarity. My guest this morning, Alfred Chiayabua, is former Deputy Attorney General. Kofi Bento is lawyer and Senior Vice President, Imani Africa. Dr. Clement Obasa Park is MP, Bulso South. and Deputy Minister for Education. Gloria Forubwedu is Managing Legal Practitioner at GOB Law Consult. You have known her with FIDA, and you have known her in her previous life on matters of politics with the NPP. Koko Ansah-Sari, Dean, Faculty of Laws, Mount Crest University College, former Director of Legal Education and Director, Ghana School of Law. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Right. So this morning we are starting the show on rather a very sad note, where our campuses that used to be sanctuaries have now become places where mothers and fathers are being called to say, your daughter, your son is dead. And as we went through, I mentioned the statistics, 13 university students die on campuses since 2024. KNUST, UCC, and UG topping the toll. KNUST, of course, with the highest number. Some have been road accidents, suicides, violent attacks that account for these most of the fatalities, while the GES is now also battling sexual misconduct, student-teacher clashes across 16 schools, from secondary colleges, 154 bad students to, who have been bad. We also have these issues of teachers who are involved in very, very bad circumstances with the students. So like I said, while the GES is battling the sexual misconduct and student-teacher clashes across 16 schools, from secondary colleges, 150 bad students to Boku SHS violence, the question is whether the education services codes are interdictions, and that is enough to restore discipline. If our classrooms are becoming crime scenes, a mirror of national decay, is it because we are in the era of social media, or this is new? So it's only good to begin with a pack, but I wanted to hear from Kofi Bento first to try and give us some bullet points, blueprints, before we hear the custodian, what he has to say. Yes, Kofi.
So student safety and discipline. Points. If you look at student numbers today, if you take maybe 30 years ago is a long time, but when we were in school, and the numbers, it's more than tenfold. I hear the University of Ghana has about 45,000 students. In our time, it was like 5,000 or so. Look at the difference. Okay, so indiscipline has always been a problem. When we're growing up, we're hearing every generation condemns the one, that comes after it. And you always feel like the world is going to end. But I always tell people that we are better than our parents. Okay, so I'm not excusing indiscipline, but I'm just saying we should not be fatalistic about it. Generations tend to have their own way. And this Gen Z, these millennials, they're totally different. So it raises a bigger question. How do you solve indiscipline? Enforce rules. And that's where the problem is. Our institutions are just losing it. There were times when people wanted to enforce rules and they were being stopped. Mm-hmm. Now I'm telling you, almost nobody wants to enforce rules. And I'm talking about heads of schools.
Kofi, but the brazen nature of what we are seeing, they take videos of students having, intercourse, and they put it on social media.
So let me go through the points.
They take videos of students, exchanging rings, promising to marry
I'm getting
at that level, and all sorts of things. Right there on the campus.
So I started with the numbers, started talking about the fact that indiscipline is always an issue. And I said, this generation is different. If we had cell phones then, we would have done same or similar things. I am not excusing them, but I'm saying we need to put things in perspective that If at the time we had 5,000 students, only 2 were found doing certain things that were wild. Now that you have 45,000, expect that it's going to be like 9 times more. And we didn't have the technology they had, okay? That's where the rules come in. If you don't have to have cell phones, why can't they clamp down on that? And then I made the point. The point is, there were times when people wanted to do corporal punishment, okay? And they would not be allowed. People wanted to, discipline students. They would not be allowed. Now I'm saying people don't. The heads of schools don't even want to discipline.
Corporal punishment is banned.
No, I'm making a point. It's banned, but I'm saying now heads of schools are running away because of the stress. Parents go to school and assault teachers. All right? And then I see a trend which I find totally distasteful. Just this week, I've seen about 2 videos on social media of parents driving cars to SHS schools as gifts to their children who just finished, right? They haven't even passed the exam.
There's one, I don't know how true that is, that a parent flies heli to pick the child who is graduating.
I'm making the point. So parents, and these are videos on social media, maybe they are not true, but I'm talking about something. The parents too are a problem. You buy a car for your child and you take it to the school. What kind of obscene thing is that? And the child just wrote the exam. You don't know whether they will pass or not. And then the one that you're talking about. So the story is that somebody flew a Ghana Armed Forces helicopter.
Really?
To go and pick their child from SHS. What are we doing? And who is in charge of that? We are not saying...
The minister is shocked.
We are saying there are stories...
You can only pray that it is AI, eh? It's deep fake.
So, see, I am making a point, and the point is, we have a challenge. But we should not be fatalistic about it as if it just started today and the whole world is coming to an end and all those things. No, we are failing to do what we must do to instill the discipline. We can't change them or make them into what we were or whatever it is. If our parents also complain about us.
Right.
And they have technology and have means and things that we don't have. And the parents helping and doing all these things, Charlie, it's a bad situation.
Okay, so you let me take just quick comments from all of you before I come to Dr. Park. Yes, Mr. Eboa.
Yes, Samson, I've also been monitoring the situation that we are discussing. And I see that if care is not taken, we just started this year about the people taking helis to the school and vehicles. Next year, we may have hundreds of parents going to the schools, donating vehicles or gifting vehicles to their kids in school. I think if you look at the situation that persisted, for example, in the 90s, when we were in school, a lot of us went to universities through the O system, the O-level, A-level. And so even during the secondary system, we had the Form 5 and the A-level students. And in terms of age, people were 20, they were in the secondary schools. They knew their left from the right. They could just see how they could do their things, and they knew what they wanted to be in the future. We are getting a situation where people from JHS, they're about 14 years, and they're in the SHS. And so by the time that they are 16, 17, they are getting out of the SHS. And a lot of them, because of the way that they've been brought up, they begin to do things anyhow.
Some parents even try to jump them.
Yes. And so it's one of the key things. If you look at the punishment system, I'm a fan. I mean, someone who is not ready to change his position, the corporal punishment must be part and parcel of us.
For it.
Because I think Ghana, we've taken the course of the Europeans and America. I mean, if you look at the
Asians.
Exactly. In UK, I was just going to a system. In UK, there was a case, Tara versus the United Kingdom, where that chap was given 3 strokes of cane. And the European Human Rights Court said it was against the fundamental right of that child. For that matter, teachers had no right caning. I mean, way back, but now we have it in Ghana. And we also have systems where we are signing so many international treaties, the Convention on the Right of the Child. If you take it, there's a provision urging states to pass legislations to abolish corporal punishment, etc. We're also a state party to the Convention Against Torture. These instruments talk about the need to preserve the child and also to ensure that the child is not physically abused in court. I do not think per our culture, such a system should be embraced by us. Yes.
And that's been the concern of Justice Dennis Ajay, that we sign these without reservations. when we are signing, the Asian countries are signing with reservations. So they will sign and say, we'll take A, B, C, we'll not take D and F, because it does not align with our culture. But we just go ahead and sign everything.
Absolutely, you're right. Well, even if you take the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, most of the states that have signed it enter reservations. Would they think that fine, we agree with you, but in one state, women cannot drive vehicles, women cannot do it, but they are parties to that particular instrument. So the CRC, we, as you said, we decided to sign everything. I've not cited any instrument that Ghana signed and said we are entering reservation. It's something that those of us who are in government, we have to look at it once again. We have to look at our culture, look at our laws, look at the way we were brought up, look at international instruments and say, fine, we agree with you on this, but this one, we don't think it's in line with our culture. Students in school now, SHS, a lot of them are below the age of 17. They can easily be manipulated.
Easily.
They watch a lot of things online. Even some of them who are in school, they're able to smuggle phones into dormitories. They watch things. They want to practicalize what they've watched. And based on that, they engage in a whole lot of things. Now, if we take a look at even student murders and death on campuses, you see situations where these, I'm not saying young ladies are the most vulnerable, but these young ladies, a lot of them being so young, people are able to lure them, including people that you really expect that should not be able to lure such young ladies. And then whatever we hear the next day is that that person has passed on. And so looking at education, I'm happy that my senior brother is here. The GES and the ministry have to put in a lot of things to ensure that the indiscipline that we have on our campuses should be able to end. Now, during our time, O-level days, we could go on demonstrations. You will sink, you will drown. By the time you realize police are on campus, they tell you, go back home. But now students would sink, they would drown as well, and they may want to maybe burn school properties to the extent of even beating or assaulting teachers. I don't think this is something that persisted or existed years back, but now we have students doing it. That calls for a broader discussion on how we can all ensure that our kids who are in school are well disciplined enough, so that we are the future leaders. If they are not disciplined now, then what will happen in the future? There will be a future presidents. By the time they are president, maybe my brother and I will be old men somewhere in the 80s, 70s, and maybe we cannot even control them. So this is a time for us to tame them. It's not as if you are trying to tell them not to do things that they expect to do under law, but they must do it in moderation.
Please remember, we are talking about students and the teachers, and we have seen the teacher that was involved in this very bad case with the girl, and I'm hearing that the girl, she's nonchalant, she's not bothered, so on and so forth. And then the Cape Coast, Innocentia, who was also, murdered in the way we saw it.
Yes, I also, in fact, I saw that, but I didn't watch it. When I saw it, I this one, I was not going to watch it. But from what I've heard, I mean, a teacher having that kind of affair with a student, I think I understand is in the laboratory of the institution.
Yeah.
How? I mean, how? However, because per our laws, if that girl is above the age of 16, obviously, and if there's that aspect of consent, you may not want to charge that person with even rape. But the GS, the minister is there. There are some sanctions under that regime. We should be able to enforce those sanctions. So that those teachers who think that they can use our daughters as their prey should be able to stop it. Some teachers have
the school, the Boli SHS, they have admitted that this has happened, and even the GES has also issued a statement and indicated what it intends to do after condemning the act.
Yes, so I expect the GES and the ministry to take it up, and we should be monitoring, especially CSOs. Some of these things, they come up, we read them, we hear them, we don't follow up. I didn't realize everyone has gone to sleep.
Okay.
But with the CSOs around and the ministry around, I think we should be able to monitor the situation on the ground.
All right. Kofi, you didn't say anything about the teachers really, and the conduct we are just talking about, and the murders that are happening. Some people say, if Innocentia had told somebody that I'm going out with this person, it would have made things easier. Well, the police have arrested somebody who is a suspect. What do you say?
Right. So you moved me on quickly. That's why I didn't say. So on that, and again, we really need to have perspective on these things. One, on the teacher having sex with that student is despicable. Again, it comes down to the enforcement of rules. But let us be clear. It is not strange. It is not new. These guys were just caught. A lot of that is going on. If you travel outside this country, and I ask everybody who knows to confirm, go to a regular elementary school, there are cameras everywhere. There are cameras everywhere. They are monitoring the kids. I am not excusing it, but I'm saying this thing is as old as Adam. Somebody had a phone, that's why we see it. So make an example of that teacher. Not because it's strange or it doesn't happen, but make an example of that teacher. Okay? If you take the lady who was murdered, it is tragic. I have 4 daughters. I don't know what I would do if that happened to me. All right? But she went by herself. She was called. And in that case, she's an adult, sufficiently aged to make those decisions.
In the university, you are independent. University.
So when you add that to this girl in the JHS who was having sex, it's a matter of upbringing. It's a matter of upbringing. It comes from their homes. It comes from their moral uprightness. Okay? So, look, a young woman receiving a call and going to meet somebody at the beach is like eating breakfast today. Most people do it. Question, what are we putting in these kids at home? What makes them stop? I like to believe that even though the people around me will do some of these things, they would have a sense of, what would daddy say if he heard this? You know? So look, on those 2 situations, there's nothing new. We just have the information because the systems are there. Unfortunately, in this girl's case, yes, we caught her. And there's something which I am very resistant to say, but let me say it. No crime has been proven in the death of the lady. We should be very careful about these things. 1, she going to meet somebody, no crime. If she was at the beach and she was swimming, no crime. If somebody didn't kill her or do something to her to make her, if she waded into the sea, couldn't swim, and whatever it is, no crime. So let's be careful. And that is where GES and Co come in. Okay? All of us are watching how this thing pans out. And everybody will take note of it. A proper investigation, not an emotional outburst. Let us get the full facts of the matter. And then where some things have gone wrong, let us deal with them. Beaches where people go. Elsewhere, if there's no lifeguard, you won't swim. So all these things should just point us to enforcement, rules, systems, okay? And I think it's time. There is no problem having a camera in a lab where there are dangerous chemicals and all kinds of things. There's no problem having cameras in classrooms. Sometimes it's even, some student may be having an epileptic fit or something, you know, and so we should start learning
some schools have them now. That's why in exams, they don't bother to invigilate anybody.
You know, and there were other issues of discipline concerning the students who were, you know, turned away from the examination hall. Okay, my suspicion is that they deliberately were late because they got the questions and they were working them and they all came at a point. Okay, enforce the rules. If all of them have to go and sit another year, somebody will learn. And this time, there are teachers who are part of the cheating.
Yeah.
So yes, it's the rules. Enforce the rules.
Gloria, when you wear your feeder hat and look at the, the girls that have become the victims in the majority of the cases, what do you say?
Well, I would say that there's a need for policy. Now, I'm not surprised that KNUST has the highest number of, casualties. I was there this week. I went to Kumasi by air, so I took a taxi to where I was going, which is beyond KNUST. And twice, the first time we had a motor rider insulting the driver. So I asked him, why? The motor rider, what is going on? He said, I don't even know. So he rolled up his glass. Then as we were passing the campus, we saw another motor rider who came close and started insulting the driver. So I said, is it the same motor rider who is following? I said, no. But here, that's the situation. When you are driving around, these guys driving on their motorbikes will, they will come close to you. And if you don't take care, you'll be assaulted. So I said, so what happens if you are not in a car with your glasses rolled up? So if you have a bag or something, don't just snatch it or hurt you or something. And it happens all the time to the students. And I'm like, how can students live on a campus with motor riders running amok? Can't they report to the police? Can't the authorities do something? And he just laughed and said, Madam, to interpret that. The police, they don't have time for people. I was so shocked. In fact, I'm still shocked as I'm sitting here that how can we have a university campus, all this infrastructure, and there's no security?
There's a police station right there, and they have the university security
I'm so
as
shocked.
well.
In fact, I'm still in a state of shock. So I think that there should be a security policy on all our university campuses. Okay. And then the students should be trained, they should all know about the security policy, what to do, what to, even if you see someone, I know there was a time when we were younger, we took lessons that if you're alone somewhere and you see someone and you are scared, just scream, fight. If someone tries to assault you or hurt you, scream, fight, and run. These are things that are, people were trained. So the girls can be trained in that way because they are more vulnerable. Fight, scream, run, cry for help. There's also the issue of cyber security. There should be policies. Educate the students in the security policy, make security available for them. Also, cyber security ethics, let them know. Because at the end of the day, they are studying and there's even no guarantee of employment. Because there are so many students out there, very brilliant, graduates. I've taught a number of them. And they are still home with no jobs, waiting for public sector, which is just an employer of 10 or 12% of our population, to employ them. The whole thing is so bizarre that when I think of it, I'm like, they go to school, no security, no education. Some of them, when I looked at the statistics, it's road accidents. Some people don't even know how to cross the road. When we were in primary school, they used to teach us, when you are going to cross the road, look left, look right, and then they add, look left again. I remember that training. Look left, look right, look left again. Why do you look left, look right, and look left again? Because after you've looked left and you've looked right, maybe there's a car coming. That's why they are telling you, look left, look right, look left again. So these are matters that we can train our, people on campuses and in the schools. Even nursery basic schools, we are taught, traffic, how to cross the road. When you get to a crossroads, watch the road signs, where you can cross, where you cannot cross, the zebra crossing, and cars are also educated, those in vehicles, that when you see a pedestrian on a zebra crossing, don't run into the pedestrian. If that happens, the law authorities should, take that matter and deal with the person. So we need some form of education of our people in tertiary and primary and secondary schools, and also tell them of the problem ahead. I used to tell my students, I remember those who had businesses, and some of them used to laugh at them that, hey, you're a student and you have a business. I said, don't make that mistake. They are businesses because they are ready to employ themselves. And sometimes I'll jokingly say, can you also form a company and employ some of your fellow mates? There's no employment out there. We have pools, millions, thousands, of educated, brilliant, Ghanaian persons, especially the youth, sitting at home. They have all the courses they've done all the courses you can think of. Some have double masters, triple masters. They are just sitting in the house, waiting for public sector, because private sector is not being developed. Private sector is rather being persecuted. What country are we running? So it's a whole holistic thing. Students should be helped, they should be trained, they should be educated. There must be policies to help them. When they enter school and there's orientation, there must be a security policy, including cyber security. Then, with the girls, the issue of being careful because they are especially vulnerable.
From what I know, it is not that they don't do these. The universities,
that's what I doubt. With this
I don't know about the SHSs.
I'm horrified.
I don't know about the SHSs, but the universities, when you go through orientation, they do all of these. They bring those in charge of security, they do all of these things. So what exactly is going on? Let's bring the Deputy Minister in.
They have policies. Can they show us the policies?
I know, for example, that the University of Ghana, they do have, and these sexual stuff, they have clean, clear sexual harassment policies where lecturers have to suffer and all of those things that must go up.
The security policy I've never come across.
All right. So let's listen to some of the duty bearers, just a couple, and also what the minister had to say about some of these issues that have come up.
We expect to hold a national conference in Kumasi on or before the end of July, where we expect that educators, academia, the church, moral society, the Muslim community and chiefs and parents, regional and district directors of education and headmistress will converge in Kumasi or Sunyani, depending upon what emerges as appropriate venue to deal with stemming the growing indiscipline in our schools.
At the scene revealed on June 11th, 2026, at 5:30 p.m., a carpenter came and reported to the police that on the same day, about 4:45 p.m., he visited an uncompleted building he was working on and found a decomposed body of an unknown young male aged about 17 years hanging in the aforementioned building at North Ola, Cape Coast. On receipt of the report, a team of police officers went to the scene with the complainant at North Ola and found the body of the young male aged about 17 years hanging with a cloth in the uncompleted building. A search conducted at the scene revealed a black pack bag containing a mock exams paper with geography, paper 1, 2026, from Infantipim SHS Form 3, with the name Emmanuel Arthur on it, a small mobile phone, what we call it YAM, and one Android phone, together with some personal belongings at the scene. Photographs of the body and the scene were taken. The Infantipim school authorities were contacted, and they confirmed the identity of the deceased as Emmanuel Arthur, a final year student. The deceased parents were also contacted. The body had decomposed, as declared by the pathologist at Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. The Environmental Health Directorate of CCMA, as contacted, fumigated the scene. The body was removed and handed over to the family.
There are a series of meetings, including the police's investigation and all that. As we speak, we are having the first meeting with the dean's office and some officers in the university because we are meeting the parents again. But the police investigation continues. You know, if you saw my release, it came on Sunday. We've been working with the police. We've been working with all stakeholders. But again, issues like this, you leave it to the police to do their thorough investigation. Because seriously speaking, it is something that we are all concerned. It's like somebody gets up, I'm going somewhere, the next time the person is not around, then you hear that some 2-3 kilometers away, the person's body is found there, and you know the circumstances. So the police is working seriously with us to unravel what might be the cause and even who sent her there. And we believe that the police will do a good job for us to get it. In the meantime, we were told by the police that the coroner's form will be ready today because it was a weekend, Sunday, so they will work on that today. So we are all in anticipation, and we are collaborating with the police to make sure that we get to the bottom of this.
It was very shocking because it was unexpected, and it was very sad because she was like us, and any of us could have fallen victim to that. So currently I'm making sure to be very careful with everything I do. I don't want to stay out late because you're not really sure like who someone really is. Someone might smile with you or something, but the person wants to do something bad to you. So now I'm trying to avoid lifts and going out alone because that one is like much riskier because it's very scary. It's very scary.
As is stated that investigations are still ongoing, they are not conclusive enough that is the murderer is a suspect. So they're still investigating. So we are waiting on them to come out with the full report for us to know if actually the guy who picked her was the killer or not. So we are not really. We are still waiting for more information from the police. The friend categorically stated that she was moody throughout leisure hours, and that fateful evening, she didn't even remove her attire that she came from with class, nothing. It's the same, she was in the same attire. And they saw her booking boat, and that is it. And she mostly doesn't step out. You only see her with her friends everywhere they go. So it was unusual for her to step out in that manner, not say a word to the friends.
But did they know whether she had a boyfriend? Did she have any issue with anybody? Did they tell you that?
No. No boyfriend on campus that you say she have issues or there's a friend elsewhere she will go and visit. No. It's odd for her to go alone to the beach. So it's really, really, well, we are still trying to connect the dots behind the scene here.
We expect to hold a national conference in Kumasi on or before the end of July, where we expect that educators, academia, the church, moral society, the Muslim community and chiefs and parents, regional and district directors of education and headmistress will converge in Kumasi or Sunyani, depending upon what emerges as appropriate venue to deal with stemming the growing indiscipline in our schools.
You heard the uncle of the deceased, Innocentia, speaking about her. You heard you also heard the director, UCC, then he's the director of communications or something of the sort. You had the Central Regional Police Command PR as well, talking about the Infansipim situation and others. So as you can see, we are not limiting the discussion to just Innocentia, but a number of the things that are happening on our campuses. Thankfully, the Deputy Minister for Education is here, Clement Park. Yes, that's the question people are asking now. The state has a responsibility. What exactly is it doing? But first, how widespread is indiscipline and these cases of safety on our campuses?
Samson, first of all, let me say good morning to you and fellow panelists, as well as listeners, and of course to greet my constituents in Bulsa South. I'm glad you played the minister's voice, and the minister indeed has been working on hosting a national stakeholders forum as part of the intentional effort to address what he rightly said, the growing incidence of indiscipline in our educational institutions. That means that we recognize and accept that we have a challenge. And we recognize that to address it more meaningfully will require all stakeholders to confer, assess, and evaluate the current systems, rules and regulations we have in place to see where we ought to make some augmentations. And I think that is the thrust of what the minister is calling for.
Our research team just looked at universities and deaths that have happened and counted 16 reported since 2024, 7 for KNUST alone. From where you sit, give us an idea how widespread, roughly what are the numbers looking like? Cases of indiscipline as well. How does it look like?
Well, Samson, it's difficult to give specific statistics. But if you consider the number of second cycle institutions we have in the country, just about 800 public, if you add both the TVET institutions and the secondary schools, and you consider the sources of the reports that we have received on the mosaic, or if you like, the basket of the various forms of indisciplines and misconduct, I mean, ranging from student on student violence in the same institutions, ranging from student versus student clashes within the context of sporting and other social competitions, ranging from students attacking members of communities within which the schools are situated, or members of the communities clashing with students on campus, ranging from students caught in exam malpractices and some students mobilizing to attack invigilators and even
students wielding machetes, hitting their colleague students with the machete
to cheat, ranging from the discovery of offensive weapons in the luggages and baggages of students. These are not even up to 5% of the total number of secondary institutions we have. But as the saying goes, even if we were just one, as a nation that is seeking to train the next generation to be responsible, patriotic citizens with integrity, we ought to be worried.
In the media, we say when it bleeds, it leads.
So we are worried.
So you can have 800, you say how many of them?
About 800.
About 800 schools. But even if it's just 3 or 2,
exactly so,
it will lead.
And I agree. I mean, we concede that. So the point to be made is that we have the responsibility of providing security, being the principal state institution mandated to superintend over the education of our wards. And of course, we work within structures. So when it comes to the pre-tertiary educational sector, it is the Ghana Education Service and the Ghana TVET Service that are mandated to be the regulator and to enforce the rules and regulations. And we have the code of conduct for pre-tertiary institutions. We also have a code of conduct for teachers. Now, depending on the nature of the infraction or the misconduct, there is a prescription on the action that ought to be taken. So you recognize that in the instances where students have assaulted teachers, we have worked with law enforcement. Students have been arrested, some have been prosecuted, some have been fined, some have received jail terms. That is what we do. Within the context of the internal systems, depending on the nature of the offense, a student can be expelled. A student could be suspended. And if the offense is criminal and has taken the dimension of a criminal prosecution, then of course a sentence can be brought down. And
before you proceed, we take the Bolly SHS situation. If the girl is below 16, then or 16, then a crime will ensue, defilement, and they may go to police may take over and the prosecution may come in. But let's say she's above 16. It means a crime may not exactly be established.
Yes,
even though from where I sit, from where I sit, a potential, act of indecency may also come in. But in such a situation, is it the teacher who will be the target of punishment or both?
Well, I was looking at the code of conduct for teachers, and I've also looked at the code of conduct for our pre-tertiary institutions, particularly the students. And within the context of the code, they are both culpable. They are culpable in the sense that the teacher has the responsibility of being a professional. And by the code of conduct, a teacher is barred from having carnal knowledge or even exhibiting conduct that would suggest some amorous intent with regards to...
In loco parentis.
Very well. With regards to a student.
So Kofi Bento just stated the Latin expression of the responsibility of the teachers or the school to the children.
Yes.
That they are in loco parentis, meaning their parents have ceded their guardianship to the teachers and
rightly so.
The school community.
And that is the expectation, because you are there to teach them, and you are there invariably acting analogous to a parent. So it is assumed that it should be your responsibility to treat students the way you would treat your own wards. So you are expected to protect them and to ensure that they are not put in situations that would endanger them physically, emotionally, spiritually, and
is concerned.
And Kofi just mentioned the age we are in.
Yes.
And how you can improve the monitoring so that there will be cameras and so on. Are you thinking about some of these things? I've been a teacher before. Right after SS, I taught. And I can tell you, I could see colleagues of mine who attempted to do things with the girls, the JHS girls, right? And I was privileged that some of them would report to me about what other teachers were trying to do to them.
Yeah, Samson, I agree with you that we need to look at additional options of how we can better ensure the security of our students. And I speak generally in both the pre-tertiary and even in the tertiary system. And the investigations are ongoing. Although, I mean, those who saw the video, and I saw it because it was sent to me by, as you understand,
it's on social media.
So many people who were equally worried and concerned. And of course, the Ghana Education Service, as you earlier on alluded to, has condemned the act. The investigation is going. And we expect that the sanction will be applied to both the teacher and the student, because the student ought not to also have put herself in that position to be exploited from where we sit by the teacher. And the students also have a mandate to report. There are systems in place that should allow students to report if and when teachers make advances at them that are inappropriate. So whether it was mutual or not, given where it happened and the context within which
these are students were picking information that she's brilliant, she gets highest marks in her class. You know, let's hope that the marks are genuine marks, and people are talking about it, and she's not bothered.
Well, that is where the issue of upbringing and the role of parents also comes in. And quite sincerely, parents play a very important role in helping to shape their words and their worldview, their sense of what is right and what is wrong, their sense of responsibility, integrity, and what they should tolerate and what they ought not to tolerate. So, whilst I don't know the student in person and I cannot confirm the narrative of academic competence vis-a-vis upbringing, I think that within this context, clearly, she may have been oriented to see this as permissible. I don't know. I don't want to pass judgment. I don't want to pass judgment. But nonetheless, once you have the dynamics in terms of the teacher versus a student in a school environment, a public space, where we know that the teacher as a professional is expected to act in a certain way and manner, both morally and as prescribed.
And there's an equal balance of power.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. There is still an unequal balance of power, no matter how you view it. And therefore, the teacher's culpability will be very difficult to excuse, no matter what the student's position and or acceptance of that action is okay with them. Briefly,
so that I can go back and end with you.
A quick point
on the issue of safety of students. Whilst you say this may constitute about 5%, you also agree that it is worrying and has to be tackled.
Yes, I agree that it is worrying. That is why we are going to do the conference, the stakeholders forum Minister talked about. And look, Samson, let's be honest with ourselves. We seem to be fixated on where we tripped, on where we fell, but we are forgetting to look at where we tripped. And that is why in our review of the curriculum, the minister is emphasizing, and he has made this publicly, the infusion of values. It is not sufficient just to teach our children numeracy and literacy, but when they master numeracy and literacy, what else?
Dr. Bamia met with the clergy, and he expressed the same concern about what government has done with the schools that were set up by religious organizations, mission schools.
Yes.
And he seems to be suggesting that it is time to let the mission schools have their schools back.
Well, that conversation has been going on between the state and the mission schools. He would agree it is not new, but I think at some point we have to come to a conclusion. I went to a Catholic school, Nandom Secondary School, and I can vouch for my school, and I know the level of discipline and how we had to conduct ourselves properly, even in sixth form. But I just wanted to make the point, talking about where we tripped, when we took over the ministry and we started superintending over the sector, one of the very first things that we did through the minister, his announcement at an engagement with CHAS, was to tell them that they were getting his authority and instruction to implement the rules and regulations to the fullest, and that he was not going to interfere with the governance of our institutions. So the days where school authorities and management were penalized, chastised, and sometimes even transferred because they took action to stem student indiscipline and misconduct are gone. And he keeps repeating that. So I said that in response to the earlier submission made by Kofi about school management and authorities being timid. If they are timid, it is because they are failing to take full advantage of the rules and regulations and the authority given to them to ensure that they manage the schools appropriately. And that was how, after the incident in the Ashanti region, where one student was said to have brought a firearm to school, you notice that we got reports of students being searched and the offensive weapons being found, cutlasses, and all kinds. It wasn't happening before. So the point I'm trying to make is that we have continued to urge the school managers to accept their authority. Nobody is going to be penalized.
Unsurprising that one of the minister's first public, facing was where some girl said the hair will not be cut, so she goes to school, and the minister, was plain, in unvarnished terms, told all of us who had different views that you can go and see. I don't care. We need all of these as part of discipline. Kofi, he just mentioned something. Sometimes we have come to know that the punishment he's talking about is transfer.
Which is not punishment, it's perverse policy. You should not ever use transfer as punishment. So I think somebody should do something about it.
But that depends on the nature of the misconduct.
But transfer should never be used as punishment. So that's perverse policy, you know. In all of these things, Samson, nobody can micromanage a school. Nobody can sit in the ministry and micromanage tech or micromanage a secondary school somewhere. So I have a proposal for what will solve this problem. And here is the reasoning. If you are the head of University of Ghana, University of Science and Technology, and there are 45,000 students under you, that's a huge job. But it is reasonable that if a student dies for any reason under your watch, your job should become questioned. We should,
including the students who jump from whichever floor.
I'm making a principle. I'm stating a principled position. When you leave that point, you come down. So I'm saying, yeah, 45,000 people is a city. But I said it is reasonable that if somebody dies under your watch, we should call you and say, why should we not take your job from you?
After they have ensured, just a second. After they have ensured, like KNUST, University of Ghana, as I know them, and I think it applies in other universities, not all vehicles are allowed in. Vehicles that are commercial have stickers and so on and so forth. And this issue about Gloria talking about motorbikes, I don't know how that exactly happens, because you get to the gate at KNUST and you don't have a sticker, you are not allowed inside. And motor riders going in, I don't know how that exactly happens.
By all the
right, yes, Kofi, go on.
And hostels.
So the point I'm making
outside
is
the
this.
campus.
Somebody is in charge of that whole enclave called KNUST. I started by saying nobody can go and micromanage that place.
Right.
Okay, now, your defense will be to come and explain that this could not have been avoided. Your defense now should come and say, we have these things in place, this and that and that. Why? Because if the heads of schools want to do something, they will do it. The situation that Auntie Gloria just talked about is very worrying. But trust me, it's solvable. When you enter the space called KNUST, nothing stops them from putting security people at vantage points within a certain location. Nothing stops them from having cameras. Nothing stops them from doing whatever they have to do.
As for putting the security people within the vantage, they do.
So my point is, nobody should go and tell the VC of University of Ghana or KNUST how to deal with security. But if they know that we will call you to the ministry and say, tell us why you should not lose your job. Every time somebody dies, trust me, there will be change. Same with secondary schools. Okay? The rule with secondary schools, especially where you have minors, sometimes minors and people who are not minors, is that you stand in loco parentis.
Correct.
In the place of a parent. All right? Listen, if somebody dies in your house, the coroner will question you.
Correct.
If they don't die in a hospital, you will answer. All right? If anybody dies in the secondary school, if anybody is assaulted, if anybody is, involved in a sexual situation like what we've seen, we know it could be a million reasons. Make sure that the head of that institution will be called to defend their job. I'm saying this because as a principled position, the effect of it will be that they will take the proactive steps to make sure that these things don't happen. Then we don't have to come and sit here and talk about cameras or whatever rules or whatever it is. Okay, it is reasonable. Okay, that given everything that has been said, heads must know that they have ultimate responsibility for these things. And if we have those simple rules and stop trying to give them all kinds of little bits and pieces of information about how to do what, I think that will go a very, very, very long way to solving the problem. Then if they have a problem, they should come and tell Clement and Co. at the ministry and say, we want to do this, we cannot do it, and then let the ministry intervene. But for now, it is squarely the job of the heads of institutions to make sure our children are protected.
Okay, yes, your very brief concluding comment before I come to Gloria and then end with Apak.
I want to speak on the tertiary.
Yeah.
Yes, security on campus.
Not more on the...
I always hold the view that security is personal. And so if you're on campus, in the universities, you should have in mind that they may have the cameras around, you may have the security, the police people, campus security, but security is personal. Students have been using phones. I mean, something that they can use the same phones to learn about security, personal security. And that if you're on campus and you want to move outside campus, you should know that I'm going out around 6 a.m. I should be back by 7 p.m. After 7 p.m., the place may be dark. We have the cameras all right, but the lighting system on campus may even be a question. And how modern are the cameras on campus? Are there cameras that when we get to the night, they cannot even take shots? I mean, we need to look at that carefully. Then transfers, as the learned, my learned friend on my right side said, when it comes to transfer, I hold the view that we cannot use that one as a form of punishment. Transfer is something that's normal. For that matter, if you are in Joy FM as an institution and you are being taken to Adom, it should be normal. You should know whether if something happens here, then something you are not going to Adom, it means that you are being punished for it. I think punishment, transfer should not be a form of punishment. Then the students themselves, they are upbringing, as we said, from our various homes. As parents, we owe that kind of responsibility to educate our children that they are going to the various campuses to learn, make the grades, come out and get some jobs to do. I have a personal example where my son, in one of the universities, they stole his phone in the lecture rooms. His bag, everything, in that broad daylight. And nobody was able to know who's to, because there were no cameras around.
In the classroom?
Yes.
How?
Yes, in the classroom.
Even in churches, they steal phones.
Oh, say that again.
I mean,
so where are we heading?
Yes. When we go to church now, after we bake,
yes.
We are going to maybe drop your offering, please pick your bag.
Yeah.
But the person sitting next to you,
you don't know him.
You don't know him. You may just pick it up. So in the various campus, people come in, they are not students. Sometimes they can even sit in the classrooms as if they are students. And so it brings the question about the ID that students even use on campus and how they even enter our classrooms. Now, because we are discussing security, maybe something like bringing this one. Our courts, I've always been saying that people enter into various courts. Are we searched? Judges, they sit in to dispense justice. People just walk in anyhow. They sit down. People are being tried for murder, for rape, for robbery. Nobody is searched before we enter the court.
At least at the court complex, the system is there. But do you see how they are implementing it?
Yes.
Almost everybody you are going through.
You're going through.
Even when the thing beeps, they still allow you to go. Nobody searches you.
That is it. And that's a clear danger. That you are being caught one day, then someone just pull up a gun, and then go, as a lawyer, something, you just hold the hand of the accused person, let's go. Then they are off. And so in terms of our general security at our various installations, whether it's the courts, whether it's the schools, we must beef up. That's the way to go. But apart from beefing up security is also personal, as I said.
The court may be, because each judge has a police, guard. Collectively, all of them will overpower anybody who tries to misbehave.
You see, let me give you this one example. Somewhere in 2009, in Sunyani, someone is being tried for robbery at the circuit court in Sunyani, circuit court A. That's on top of the high court. The person was sitting in the dock. By the time I realized that one of the deliverables, or two of them were off, he just jumped from the dock down there, and then he moved away.
Yeah, of course, we know what happened in Kumasi when what's their name again?
Political people.
Yeah, those political people, whatever force, invisible forces, they entered and did what they had to do. Yes,
Delta.
Gloria.
Delta.
Yeah.
Well, talking of the courts, the law complex, the modern law complex, the elevator for public and other lawyers has not been working for almost a year. And every time I get there, I'm told that they are bringing it from China. So the administrators of the courts to ensure that it's done. Well, if it's coming from China, the Strait of Hormuz or whatever is open. So they should hurry up and ship it, because it's an embarrassment.
Terrible embarrassment.
Yes, thank you. Please, looking at the GES policy, I know that it's not good enough. Any staff who has carnal knowledge of any female or male pupil of any age, with or without consent, shall be guilty of professional misconduct. Why does it end there? Why does it end there? Shall be guilty of professional misconduct, lose the license, and also be put up for
It's actually there. They have categories.
And then I also read that a lecturer, GES interdicts teachers for sexual misconduct. And I'm like, interdiction means they'll enjoy half salary, And then after the so-called investigations, they'll be back to duty. I mean...
That's if you are not found guilty.
And then what happens if you are found guilty for only professional misconduct?
When you are found guilty, then the consequences follow. That's just
more, up and, more, what do you call it?
I thought that as a lawyer, you should rather be approving that.
No. It's not enough. Yeah. Professional misconduct alone is not enough. Interdiction is ridiculous.
If they are guilty.
Please. There must be some more, strenuous efforts on the part of GS to protect our children and then this teacher conduct. Because I remember years ago, we went to a class 1 school, a primary school somewhere in the suburbs of Accra, and we went to class 1 because my friend was teaching in class 1 and she agreed that we could talk to the children. You won't believe it. We're talking to them about, protecting their rights, sexual rights and all that. And one girl got up and said, please, can you ask some of the married men why they don't stick to their wives? And we panicked because we're like, well, I said, she lives in a compound house and when she's going to the bathroom, some married man will come in there. And we were so horrified. I mean, the rest is history. But children, kindergarten, primary, elementary, basic, by SHS, they are even, every step of the way, GES should have it in their curriculum to talk to them. If it's extra time, get counselors to talk to the children, educate them. Everything is personal, but at the same time, it's also environmental. So apart from the parents, their responsibilities, we have a curriculum that should talk to them about all these things, educate them, call them privately if they have problems, counsel them, so that we can have adults who are well-formed to benefit our society when they grow up. Not people who are traumatized, who are in pain, who are bitter, who are crying from childhood, neglect. And there are a number of that in our system because there's no care, there's no protection. It's everyone for himself, God for us all.
Doc, when you are found guilty of professional misconduct, what are the consequences that follow?
That will be under category B of the penalties for major misconduct. Mm-hmm. And so depending on the type of infraction, when the investigation is conducted, the report would get to the Ghana Education Service. The Ghana Education Service Council would then make the determination. And the sanctions range from deferment of increments in your salary, reduction of your rank, to suspension, removal from the Ghana Education Service, outright termination of your appointment, and dismissal.
All right.
So I think we ought to look at these issues on a case-by-case basis because there are different categories of misconduct. But I think that with the case that has brought this issue much more poignantly to the fore, in the case of the Boli situation, I cannot see how that teacher is going to survive. Certainly, I expect the most severe sanction to be meted out to the teacher. But we can always do more.
And if the girl is also a minor, then the criminal justice system will take on from there.
It will take over from there. But something, I can't exit the conversation around indiscipline in the pre-tertiary sector without indicating that I have no knowledge of a military helicopter picking up a WASI, a student who completed WASI.
Yeah, we didn't express certainty.
I have not seen that.
As you can say.
But if that has happened, then that is an overreach.
It's on Facebook.
It's an overreach. I cannot see why. Quite honestly, I don't even encourage that. I don't think that parents should pamper our wards that publicly.
Maybe a parent is going to do a duty around where the child is, and besides that,
we can
the child
appreciate our wards. We can encourage them. We can express our gratitude to them for making our investments in them worthwhile. without
how about where a vehicle is presented to the graduating student as a gift?
If that is done privately at home, I don't think there should be a problem.
So the school should not allow those cars to be brought into those
gifts. Certainly cannot be tolerated. I don't even think that by the GES rules that is allowed. So we will look into that.
So the rules exist.
Yes.
Once again, fine on the books, but they are not being implemented.
And we have given heads the full bucket of support that you need to. And yes, we are beginning to do that. In fact, just yesterday, Charles was at the ministry to engage with the minister briefly on a number of issues. And the minister informed them about these issues of growing in discipline and reminded them again in front of the Director General that I have given you my fullest support to ensure that students and even teachers under your supervision who misconduct themselves are severely punished according to the rules.
Okay.
I'm not going to tolerate any...
One of our listeners, seasoned statesman, wants to know the Bolly SHS issue, the one who took the video and circulated it. Is that also the attention of the school? That you take a video, the expectation is that you take it to the authorities, rather you put it on social media, and that's how the authorities get to know about it.
Well, Samson, this is a very unique question. Yeah. I say so because we don't know who took the video and the motivation behind taking the video.
So the question is, should the attention also be on that person?
If we can trace that person and if we can certify that that person was in a capacity to have made a report and failed to do so, then I believe the person will be held liable for being an accessory.
Yes, maybe.
It wouldn't that be the case? I mean, you are the lawyers. You can bear me out.
That person...
It's not my territory.
Must also be hunted. I mean, you should be able to get that person who took... He has two questions to answer. First one, fine, he took the videos to help in unearthing crime. Perfect. What about the circulation?
Some people don't believe in the system, so if you give it to the school, they may not do anything about it. You don't know. There are things people, they don't even trust some police that they will do anything because sometimes they have reported over and again and nothing has happened. In the school, you hear people say things unverified, that they have been in this thing for a while. It's not like it's new. So the school would have been aware.
I mean, it's a bit dicey.
It's an interesting question, but it is worth pursuing. It is worth pursuing. And so just on the pre-tertiary before I exit, as I said, so you notice that we have adopted a very robust posture against indiscipline. And wherever it happens or we have indications that it is happening, we move in swiftly to ensure that action is taken. And that is why you notice that even within the context of the 154 students who purportedly were late in getting to the exam hall for about 1 hour, we have not intervened. We are allowing WAEC to implement the rules. I mean, the rule is that you ought to be in the exam room 30 clear minutes before. How does a properly prepared, serious student order in a boarding house tell me that you are unable to get to your exam hall close to 1 hour after the commencement of an exam because of weather conditions? How did the other colleagues get to the exam hall?
Okay.
So that is also being investigated.
Thank you.
But this is just to reassure the public.
I'll just read a couple of comments. We take a break, and when we return, Ofori-Atta'S green card, is that refuge from criminal pursuit? But I'm getting some explanation here that no helicopter picked up a student, according to someone within the Jubilee House, that no helicopter picked up a student. It seems it landed on the school park with a deceased soldier's body. That's what is being explained. So you see the students, gathering around the helicopter. The information is that it landed on the school park with a deceased soldier's body. That's what it seems. All right. So this one says, all right. Thank you. So KNUST is saying that the allegations that are being made about motors getting on the campus and so on. All right, someone's experience that they were narrating to her. So
it's my experience.
It's your experience, yes, okay. Thursday. All right, but you said you were in a conversation with a student too, and they said the police are not
taxi.
All right.
Yeah, from the airport.
Yes.
I was going towards the Kokobe area.
So,
and I had that experience.
Okay, so Dr. Norris Berko, University Relations Director of KNUST, says that these are not correct. All right.
Samson, just briefly on the tertiary.
Papa Bisu says that. Okay, please. We haven't spoken about Ofori-Atta'S yet. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
I have said from the outset, and I reiterate that as of today, Kenneth Nanaya Kuntunkununku Ofori-Atta'S has not been notified of any criminal charges pending against or in the Fiji Islands or the island of Miles or Solomon Islands. He has not been informed in any way whatsoever. So if the Office of the Special Prosecutor is that serious, they should take steps to notify Kenneth Ofori-Atta'S.
Right.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees, our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Welcome
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleoma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, Prudin, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following number: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. If parents and authority figures continually spare the rod on their children, they will continually go astray. The rod is a remedy that corrects waywardness in a child's life. Solomon Kulkosh from Latebio Koshi. This one says, all the happenings in our schools is nothing but upbringing from home. Even at our workplaces, it's not exactly upbringing. Some people bring their children up very well. They get to the school and something happens, okay? Our workplaces, look at the behaviors of some of your colleagues and compare to yours. You can clearly see it's from the home. How can a parent drive from home with a GH 200 notes money bouquet to a high school to gift her son just because he's completed SHS? What even motivated her to do that? It's from home, her upbringing. Even if you become rich as the likes of Elon Musk, you won't do this in the school premises. You are saying that about me. If okay. So it says, please tell the lady that when a teacher is interdicted, they are summoned to disciplinary committee, and when they are found culpable, they are removed from the service, or they suffer the other sanctions that are available for the particular conduct. Stephen Amoa, the MP, says that thank you for bringing this issue up. I think the relevant stakeholders, parents, academic authorities, the state, and children themselves, there is a sense of community and parenting that is now lacking. Religious bodies generally no longer teach the values we grew up with. Asians are taking over key positions in the UK since the enforcement of corporal punishment, as they give premium to their cultural values. We need a tailor-made but comprehensive policy framework from JHS, SHS to the tertiary level. Drug addiction is taking over the youth along our social stratification. What is the teacher-student ratio at all educational levels in Ghana? What is the state doing? All of us, what are we doing? Stephen Amoa MP in Shai. So thanks for your message. Some security personnel are not professional. Yesterday I was at Tank Palace or some other place. Okay. At the security entrance, I was asked to place my phones and bag in a provided basket. Passing through, but that's normal, we all go through it, right? There was a beep. So I voluntarily stepped back, expecting that the security will do further checks. Okay, shockingly, the security said, "Oh, madam, go, no problem." That's what we are talking about. That's what we are talking about is happening and has to change. And Dennis, sending us from the UK, says KNUST has numbered stickers given to commercial vehicles to enter the school. If you don't have those stickers on your car, you won't be allowed to enter the school to operate any business. Taxis, trotro, etc. had it. My time, if you go out and order a Bolt or taxi and they don't have the sticker, they won't come, or if they get to the gate, they won't be allowed in. Thank you for those messages. Now, let's get to... Okay, so I'm being informed that Stanislav Dogbe, Deputy Chief of Staff, is the one making the clarification. He says that the helicopter flight landed at the Nkoranza SHS on Wednesday, the 22nd of April 2026, with the mortal remains of the late Corporal Edupoku Boateng Enoch, a soldier with the Armed Forces Central Band. The helicopter landed with the corpse and mourners. It was not there to pick any students. Thank you from the Deputy Chief of Staff. Thank you very much. So, as you know, Mr. Ofori-Atta'S got a green card in the US. He's been seeking to get that for a long while. So we're asking if that's the end of the criminal pursuit. The former finance minister faces 28 counts of corruption in the SML GRA case. Yet a US immigration court has granted him his green card. It's a 1-485 green card petition, declaring, and we are told by his lawyers here in Ghana, that the court made comments that Ghana's charges are not credible. The OSP insists the extradition remains possible, while lawyers argue he's not been formally charged. His lawyers say they want to see the charges. He's not been served. The OSP says, well, the Department of Justice, they have it. They should serve it. We have given it to them to serve. Mahama Yarga is calling this a flight from accountability. Afenyo Marking is urging restraint. So what's going to happen? Now, it's a complex battle. Yes, Kofi.
Well, I am not surprised because you know what I said.
Yes, that's why when I ask you that, I bring it to you first, I'm smiling.
Yeah. You know? And for me, what?
But it looks like you have changed your mind. When you said if you were him, you wouldn't come. You won't advise him to return. So, it looks like you have changed your mind about that.
Listen, you see, when statements are made, I am responsible for what I say, not what you understand.
Okay.
All right? If I were Ken, I wouldn't come to Ghana. Not because I'm afraid of the charges. I have said on this table, the charges are not serious. Not something. It is being reported that the U.S. court is saying the same thing. I said it about a year ago. 78 charges for whatever. And I said, if I am not Ken, not because I'm afraid. Listen, as far as I am concerned, Ken Ofori-Atta'S, if he were here, would be in danger of being assaulted even by ordinary citizens. Because he has been so demonized. I wish he would come, face the charges and face them down. All right? So people should take things in context. Me, my worry is, because of the emotions around this thing, we are not being methodical about it. And that's why we are where we are. From the beginning, it was on this table I revealed that he had not even been charged. And Interpol red notices had been issued against him. And I said, it won't go anywhere. What have we seen? Didn't go anywhere. Let's be clear.
What didn't go anywhere?
The Interpol red notices, what happened to it?
Okay.
They were withdrawn and they apologized to him. And I said it here long before, that when you haven't charged the person, How do you issue an Interpol red notice? People say, hey, you are defending Ken. I said, no, it's common sense. Okay? It's frustrating that, look, Manasseh is our brother. We all know what it...
But red notices get issued without charge because flights are running away and you don't have to charge before you issue them.
If we were at the beginning of when I said it, and you were saying these things, I'll say, wait and let's see. Today, that question doesn't arise. Because I don't have any power in Interpol. But Interpol agrees with me and have issued a notice to that effect.
No, but I was saying that to the point to suggest that it is standard. Unless a person is charged, they should not be pursued by law enforcement in the manner that the OSP pursued them.
That you have to charge.
No, I don't agree with you. I'm only asking a question.
The point is, it is anomalous. It does not look like proper process. That when you have a prosecutorial body, which is a serious one, it issues an Interpol red notice, an international wanted notice against somebody they have not charged. That's the point I made a year plus ago. And I'm saying Interpol itself has come to the conclusion that I was right. So I'm worried again about how we are going on this. And listen,
is it the case? Let's finish with that point.
You are letting me.
Is it the case? No, let's not move away with that. Is it the case that it was because he had not been charged? That's why there was a withdrawal.
No.
So if that is
the
not
point still stands. Yeah. The point still stands. There's a right way to do something and a wrong way to do it. And when we say these things, people think, oh, you are defending Ken. No. I'm saying there's a right way, there's a wrong way. What is going on is proving. Let's never forget the fact that Ken Ofori-Atta'S did not run away from the OSP. He went to hospital. And when they asked him, he was communicating with them. His lawyers were communicating with them. It is a decision he made not to come back because of the atmosphere that was created. And that also has been reported. Okay, when you have all these things going on, it poisons the environment. The law actually says that you have a right not to return into that kind of environment. It's not just the prosecuting institutions and the arresting institutions that can...
But he didn't say he wasn't returning because of an atmosphere. Because he was ill. That's what we were told.
I am also saying that he didn't run away. He went to hospital. He chose or opted not to come back. Not because he was afraid, but because of the environment that had been created. Okay, if he hasn't said so, fine. But that is where I said, again, that no serious lawyer will advise him to come back into this kind of atmosphere. Look, the point is, there's a right way to do things. There's a wrong way to do things. And what we are seeing is the effect of some of the things I talked about. And if you can argue till the cows come home, but what we are seeing is the effect. Now, the green card is not an antidote to extradition. People should be clear. U.S. citizens are extradited. All right? As late as 2025, they extradited a U.S. citizen. So the green card is by no means, okay, an assurance that Ken will not be extradited. But this is what it is. It's a victory for Ken. When he did not have a green card and was fighting this and fighting the extradition and everything, the U.S. authorities, they don't just get up and give it to you. They look at everything in totality. And when they looked at everything, they decided that we have to change your status to make it stronger. It is a rebuke of sorts. It's a win for Ken. And I am saying, I keep repeating because I know how people will take things, that as far as I am concerned, if Ken were in this country and were safe, he will be able to stand and defend himself against those charges. Because when you read them, to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he engaged in the things that he said to have been engaged in for his personal benefit as a corrupt enterprise and all those things. We have sat here and seen lesser charges go for 8 years. All right? So there are all kinds of problems with that, but the points must be made that this thing has been botched so badly. We need to step back, take another look, and see how we can bring closure to it. And closure also includes Ken answering the questions. Look, if I am Ken, I want settlement of this matter. I want it to be clear, okay, that I am culpable or I'm not culpable. And so we will never end it until we have some sort of trial process. And in any case, the trial process was started, all right? Again, I said here, and everybody, not everybody, a lot of people argue with me that, oh, why try in absentia? The man must be here before he can be tried. After a year, they proceeded to start a trial in absentia. And then some people go in and challenge the OSP's powers, okay, plenary, I mean, generally. And now that has been halted. If they had started a year earlier, would have made progress. So look, the fact.
Why are you suggesting like you have to stampede the prosecutor in how they proceed when they are proceeding because of what they know and what they have?
I am not the one stampeding them. Indeed, they spent a year demonizing Ken in the media when they hadn't done the basic thing of charging him. So I'm saying they were wasting our time, making unnecessary noises, which were totally inconsequential, and botching this prosecution. The result is what we are seeing. So with all the time they've wasted doing press conferences and shouting and making Ken a demon when they haven't tried him, they should have been doing the proper thing. Now, after arguing with me, they started doing the proper thing. Now somebody has gone to challenge you, and now you're stuck. If they had spent that time doing the right things, in fact, if they had taken Ken's offer, the U.S. Supreme Court does cases over the phone. If they had taken his offer to do the video thing, whatever, would have made far better progress.
Which court does a video conference for an accused who has not appeared to plead, to take their plea?
Which court will even start a process against somebody who has not even been charged?
But first you'll be charged.
Exactly my point.
No, but
so if you haven't been charged, we are not starting.
If you raise that to me, then that's a wrong premise. You are saying in the US this is done, and at the time you are talking about, the person was not charged, and you are suggesting that in the courts there's opportunity for a video conference. So the question I'm asking you is that, I mean, the former deputy attorney general is sitting here. Maybe I should ask you that question.
No,
Alfred, are you able, as the attorney general, to charge a person who is not in the country and have a video conference done? Are you able to do that?
If the person is being tried in absentia.
What?
If he's being tried in absentia, then the trial can proceed, and the person decides that I've been notified. I'm in the US. I want to take part of the proceedings online.
The question I ask you, are you saying a no or yes to it? That somebody is being charged, as we sit now, Ken Ofori-Atta'S is charged, but he's at large, so to speak. Can the court say we have a video conference facility, so he should participate when he has not appeared before the court?
That brings the question, try in your presence. Does it connote physical presence? To me, it doesn't connote physical presence. So you can plead to the charges outside the premise of the court. I mean, if you're in the UK and the court has granted permission to join online, and the court wants to take you a plea, I mean, I'm guilty or not guilty because the presence there.
So you are in the US. You are saying to me that this would have been possible under your watch. The person pleads, and then the lawyers will do what? They will ask for bail, right? You say, I'm not guilty. The lawyers will ask for bail. And the court will say, bail is not granted. Meanwhile, he's sitting in the US. Is that what you're saying?
That person is not within the jurisdiction of the court will even grant because the issue of bail. The person is not in the country. And in any case, before even you can join online, you need the permission of the court. And so if the court permits you to join online, then it means that the court knows that you are not in the country, but the court nevertheless wants to proceed.
You are telling me and all your students of law that you could have begun a case, a person you haven't brought to the court to be charged, to participate in a video conference?
Samson, I started by saying, one, if the person is being tried in absentia,
right,
then the person is outside the court has decided that notwithstanding your absence, I'm going ahead.
Okay.
And the person through his lawyer makes an application that, yes, I'm in the US. I want to take part in the proceedings, not be physically present in the court, but outside the court.
I will not be trying absentia anymore.
That's another matter. So I'm saying that trial can still proceed if the court permits such a person to take part through that process. But the ordinary thing is that the person must be in court. That's why we've made to know. But we are now in an era where we can even have, as a video conference, if we've been in court, within a case where we have to take evidence from someone who's in Japan, in India, via video conference. So it's...
What case is that?
That's the Jachikwesi's case.
Okay.
Yes.
So had the person appeared, pleaded, granted bail, satisfied the process?
That person wasn't an accused person. Let me put it on.
A witness?
A witness, yes.
Okay.
Not an accused person.
So as for witness, this is ordinary, happens every day?
It happens. So it can also happen in the case of an accused person if you are developing to that stage. For example, the person doesn't want to come. You have your evidence, strong evidence, in the Tamaklo case. To tell you something, in the Tamaklo case, she joined initially, she left, but we decided as prosecutors not to go by the way of extradition. We said, since we have the evidence, let's go to the court, prosecute our case, adduce evidence. If we're going to get a conviction, bringing her down will be so easy.
That's all.
Than saying that we are stalling the proceedings, we want to bring her down before we proceed.
You are talking about a different thing now.
Yes.
But you are not suggesting that you could do the trial with the person outside and participating. There's no question of bail because the court will not raise it because the person is not available. And then when the case is over, when the court is supposed to convict and sentence, the person is still outside. You are not able to do that. I don't see, most sincerely, how what you are talking about is legally tenable in any jurisdiction.
No.
Did you finish with me?
I'm coming back.
No. So I asked the question. If the person is being tried in absentia, and the person indicates to the court, yes, I've been notified, I want to take part in the proceedings outside the premises of the court. Would that be wrong under our law? If the court grants it, the person can take part while he's in UK, in Canada, or in the US. Because trying your presence, from my understanding, does it connote physical presence?
I'm still saying, you are saying all of this, ignoring the practical difficulties in the process. Because if you are taking part as an accused, you have to plead. When you plead, something has to follow. Naturally, you plead not guilty, often. And then something else has to follow. That thing cannot follow because you are not available.
Bill, I agree with you.
If you follow the process through to the end, and then you are guilty, and you are being convicted, you are sentenced, you are still not within the court. How does all of that happen? I don't see it.
If the person is not being tried in absentia, then I think the person will have to be in court.
Yes.
His plea will have to be taken.
Right.
The bail proceedings will have to go through. But if the person is being tried in absentia, it means that he can take part in the proceedings. That's my understanding. He can take part in the proceedings while he's in another country.
Absentia means you are not part of the process.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Physical. Is it physical? Because now you can be part of a process without being physically present.
Okay. All right. I was seeking a yes or no to a question that led to that. Yes, Kofi.
For me, I think the confusion must be cleared. Trial in absentia and a regular trial are totally different tracks. So you can't conflict the two. If a person, knowing he has been charged or whatever it is, refuses to participate in the process, the prosecutors have room within the law to proceed without him. There's no issue of bail.
There's no argument about that, is there?
No, I'm trying to do something because sometimes it sounds as if trial in absentia, there's no room for it because the person cannot be present. No,
who can say that when the law says it's available?
I'm trying to make a point, and the point I'm making is that, as far as I'm concerned, and I keep making the point that some of these things, we may argue about them, that's fine, but proof comes with time. And what is happening today is proving everything I'm saying. And I'm saying that from the beginning, you didn't even need Ken Ofori-Atta'S. Because even if he was here, you can't force him to participate in his own prosecution. And under the circumstance that he has offered to do video, and you say you won't do it, and he says, well, I cannot come, you had room to proceed to try him in absentia. And you chose not to. If you were going to try him in absentia, he won't be here, he won't be able to defend himself. Indeed, in the process of trying him in absentia, he can choose to come in and defend himself. That makes it more difficult for you, but if he's not here, proceed. Obtain the conviction. Then you can proceed to try and get him extradited. That is what Tuya and Co did. We said in Atamaklo. So now, we are where we are now. It's about the green card.
Said in Atamaklo. And let's also make sure when we are educating our people, we are educating them correctly. Said in Atamaklo was fiscally present in Ghana.
For part of
She was charged. She pleaded. She was granted bail. People sued surety for her. She said she was sick. She got her passport back on permission of the court to go and treat herself. The court gave her in excess of 36 months or so. 16 months to return. She didn't return. And then the case continued. That's a completely different kettle of fish.
Totally.
In our jurisprudence in Ghana, like the Benjilo case, this is how we have seen trial in absentia. Somebody is in the process, then runs away, or is not available. Then the trial continues. But not that prosecutors appear in court without you, and then trial in absentia goes on. They would always do somebody at large. You see how you guys do it, and so on.
Okay.
All right.
So let me finish my point.
Yeah.
See, again,
since we have gone beyond that point, there are charges, there's a trial going on. Can we proceed with where we are now?
Okay, so, well, I'm not sure that sometimes you let me land. You see, as I was speaking, you come in now, you bring in the Sedinam thing and say that, oh, she was with us, and then later she left, and then the trial went on, and then Benjilo, he was there, he left. I have been making the point, even if the person was not here from the beginning, trial in absentia is possible. That is what they should have done. It is in our books. So that point must be made clear. You don't need the physical presence of the person to commence the trial against the person, especially if the person has opted not to. But the point I'm making again, over and over and over again, is that what is happening in the US now is the effect of how we have botched this process. And as far as I'm concerned, the green card, even though it is not an antidote to extradition, it's a signal that the US authorities do not agree entirely with the way Ken Ofori-Atta'S process is being handled. So they have strengthened him in the States. Now, I have said and I repeat, Ken should finally find a way to vindicate himself. I think his offer to proceed or to participate in the prosecution, virtually is still there. I don't know. I think it is still there. If it is there, they should take it. Okay? And let's proceed and get this thing over and done with. But this is different from extradition. All right, let that point be clear. Right now, as we speak, the OSP is in limbo. We are not sure even what he can or cannot do. Number two, we are not sure even if the AG can take over this matter. We are in some kind of a mess as we speak. It's unfortunate because we've had a lot of time. It should be a lesson. In future, let us proceed not with emotional zeal, but with calculated and organized approaches that will bring us the kind of results that we need as a country, so we can have closure on some of these things. Right.
Okay. So the extradition process, should it continue from where you sit, or you wish that Ken will come voluntarily? We'll be right back. And then from you, we hear Dr. Park, and then we'll come to Gloria. Wait, hold on, let's listen to this.
I have said from the outset, and I reiterate, that as of today, Kenneth Nanaya Kuntunkunuku Ofori-Atta'S has not been notified of any criminal charges pending against or in the Fiji Islands or the island of Mal or Solomon Islands. He has not been informed in any way whatsoever. So if the Office of the Special Prosecutor is that serious, they should take steps to notify Kenneth Ofori-Atta'S of his charges. When he is notified, we will speak to the matters involved. They should continue with the extradition proceedings. Who has stopped them? So if it has nothing to do with what has happened, and so what? They should continue. They should continue with it. Nobody has stopped them from pursuing the extradition proceedings. And we haven't stopped them. We don't even have the capacity to stop them. So if the processes are ongoing, you should go on and let us know what has happened.
You cannot bring Ken Ofori-Atta'S' name here when the man is not here to defend himself and make serious allegations against him. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader himself is part of the governance of this country. How would he feel if this is said about him when he does not have the right to respond? If you come and say all that Ken Ofori-Atta'S has taken away, what has he taken away? What has he taken away? He is a human being like you, a citizen like you. He also has children. He has his family. Be fair. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, Honorable Mahama Yerga, must be fair. It is not his first. He supervised the embarrassment of Ken Ofori-Atta'S when they brought placards in this chamber by his side. Mr. Speaker, please and please again to the majority leader, and for Ken Ofori-Atta'S, if you think that you have all your evidence and you have evidence of anything done, the court is yours. You have removed Tokonu, so you removed all the judges that you think are fair. You have transferred them to wherever you want to take them to. Is that not what you've done? So you have the court, you have control of the court. Go ahead. Who has stopped you? But don't use this parliament to launch an attack on Ken Ofori-Atta'S. He came to say, if you have any issues with his service, deal with it. Enough.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough. Malaria's remedy is slow nut. Therefore, we're gonna use slow nut to recover. You have malaria? Yes, are you shivering? Yes. You got chills? Yes, take low nut. First day, take low nut. Second day, take low nut. Third day, take low nut. That's all. Low nut scatter malaria. Low nut scatter malaria.
This advert is FDA approved.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy manfo. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is so by a maniswing, Nesanso Mama Hotoso, a will bedroom.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste.
Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you waking up with jaw pain and headaches? This is commonly caused by grinding your teeth at night. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. This condition is known as bruxism or grinding. Oftentimes, people are unaware that they are doing so, but the side effects are visible and often heard by one's sleep partner. So if you're experiencing jaw pain, headache, sensitivity, and even fractured teeth, you may be a clincher or grinder. It can also wear down your teeth and affect your overall health. After a dental visit, a custom-made ninth guard will be made for you. This occlusal guard is worn to protect your teeth while you sleep to prevent further damage and discomfort. So, contact your dental office to learn more about protecting your teeth from clenching and grinding.
Healthy smile.
You're welcome back. So, Kofi, you are still talking.
You asked a question actually, so you said when we get back. So
the extradition processes, should they continue or they should not?
Oh, see, I think every Ghanaian wants to see the proper conclusion of this matter. There have been allegations made against the person of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta'S. They have not been proven. And for all you know, they may not be true. And specifically on the issue of SML, the directors of SML, they are walking around though. All right? Now, people must also appreciate that bad decision-making in government is not equal to crime. So for some of us, from the policy side and everything, we want to see the bottom of this matter. All these things that people are saying that he's done and he's not done and all those things, the work Manasseh has done, it will be useful to go through a process and then clarify what went wrong, what didn't go wrong. You remember, I have had issues with revenue assurance matters. We took LGBT to court. It's similar. So let us go through it. Maybe we'll end up with a policy that says that we should never do revenue assurance anymore. So I want to see the bottom of it. The problem is the poisoning of the environment. All right? I think that Ken's jeopardy is not only with the prosecutors. Ken's jeopardy is with the citizens of Ghana. I don't know what will happen to Ken if he is walking in Accra Mall. He could easily be assaulted because people have been made to believe that he is this person. So a judicial process will help clear all these things. So if you ask, should the extradition process continue? It is their prerogative. I will rather think that they should enter a negotiation with him to come back. Now, an extradition process is adversarial. I'm bringing you back against your will. All right? I do believe, somewhere in my mind, I do believe that Ken Ofori-Atta'S will also like to come and answer his questions. So maybe not coming is not simply because he's afraid of the charges. So something may be causing him not to come, which is why I keep saying that any good lawyer will advise Ken, hey, you may want to go and answer questions, but please be careful. So it is not wrong for the government to, for instance, speak to Ken and say, hey, what are your worries? Security guarantee, okay. Last week we heard about somebody being under house arrest, and I heard you ask, under what law? Because we don't have those legal arrangements here. But you can have those arrangements, okay, where Ken will feel sufficiently secure to be in this jurisdiction and undergo the trial.
You've always mentioned
he can stay where he is and cooperate and go through the trial.
You've always
insistence on his body being here, I think, is an impediment in going through the trial.
Well, the laws of extradition exist for that purpose, that the body must be somewhere it has to be.
Extradition is adversarial.
Yeah,
we need to make that clear.
But my question to you is, you've always insisted that, what's the question I was going to ask really?
Okay.
That he's a risk if he's here.
Yes, there's a risk to him.
And the question that has been asked you is, he's not the only one who has been, the announcements have been made as having committed one crime, suspected to have committed one crime or the other, and therefore has to face charges. The one to me is the Buffer Stock, whoever, Mustafa's, all of them, they are in town.
Yes.
Nobody has attacked anybody.
I totally agree with you, which is why I'm saying that I would prefer a situation where he's here. But if he senses that he is not safe in Ghana, it is his prerogative. How many people have you seen people picketing at American embassy over? How many? How many? So please, it is entirely his prerogative.
Okay.
And that is why I'm saying that if for whatever has happened, he senses that he is not safe, it is something that has to be dealt with, so that the room can be made for him to participate. Otherwise, let him stay there and do it by video.
Thank you. Ms. Ansari has just joined us. Thank you very much for making time to join us. Dr. Park, green card, the point being made is that green card appears to make the extradition a bit more difficult.
Well, Samson, I would have preferred to speak on my educational matters if you gave me the opportunity. Because I truly cannot understand why a former public officer would want to stay away from rendering accounts for his tenure in office. If he knows he has nothing to fear and nothing to hide, as a person of integrity, if he is, he should come and face the charges. I disagree very strongly with the proposition that his personal safety is at risk if he were to come, and perhaps that could be the reason why he is adamant in voluntarily coming.
So in that context, his lawyers in America, his lawyers in America have told us that they don't trust that he will get justice in Ghana.
Well, that is their perception. I mean, America is America, Ghana is Ghana. Our president is called John Dramani Mahama, their president is called Donald Trump.
His lawyers in Ghana.
They are not fighting a war with any country. The dynamics are different. So the Americans and the American court system, and in this case, the immigration court, which granted him the green card, has his mandate. And I don't reckon, and I've not read anywhere, that the state has sent any representation, whether through the Office of the Attorney General or the Special Prosecutor, to make any submissions or to make any case in opposition to what Ken's lawyers presented to the immigration court. But bottom line, the green card is no panacea to the effort to extradite him. I used to have a green card myself. I gave it up and went to Canada, where when I went there to study, I took the equivalent of the green card. I gave it back to them, and I came home. Even whilst I was in both countries, with that, they are publicly recognized identities for legitimate immigrants. It didn't prevent the system from holding me accountable, and my rights were constrained. A green card doesn't give you rights as though you were a citizen. So my sense is that the OSP and the Ghanaian side would continue to pursue the effort to bring him back if he would not come voluntarily. And that is what he should do. If I were him, I would come voluntarily. Because the longer he stays, the more the Ghanaian people accept that the allegations leveled against him are legitimate. If not, why are you staying away from coming to answer? And as you said, he wouldn't be the first person. There are other people who are going through the judicial system, they are going through the processes, and so I cannot see why Ken would not want to come. And I think the only reason why he wouldn't want to come is because he knows that he will not be able to defend himself against these charges. If not, he should come and face the full rigors.
You don't think that's presumptuous, that's premature?
Well, he made the case that perhaps it is because of the fear of his personal safety. And I disagree. So I'm also proffering my own interpretation on why he doesn't want to come. Only he knows why he doesn't want to come. If you know, you may want to share that with us. So I don't want to comment too much about it, but we would all be watching. And I think that the needed authorities are up to it. I read.
I was going to say you may have to be careful and caveat what you say, what Ghanaians would think is guilty and all of that, because I think in the course of this week, something has happened in the Nigeria's ex-minister for oil, Alison Maduke. You know, she had become an international embarrassment because of the case that was being pursued by the equivalent of the OSP in Nigeria for hoarding millions of dollars in oil money in corruption. After 10 years of pursuit, she has been cleared of all charges of corruption in the UK.
Well, I am not disputing that he could be
cleared,
guilty or not guilty.
Okay.
But my problem is that he is preventing himself from the opportunity to go through the processes that may exonerate him. So until he does that, people are allowed to form their own opinions with regards to why he's refusing to come back voluntarily. And if he won't come back voluntarily, the only other option is to pursue the option of extraditing him. And I think those processes are ongoing. I think I read that the Attorney General and the EOCO boss had some interactions with some representatives from the U.S. State Department.
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice. So I suspect that perhaps some of these conversations would be ongoing. But I agree with Kofi. The green card is no panacea. Green card is not going to insulate him against.
Something, a quick one I think is useful. You know, the challenge against the OSP is also a challenge against all prosecutions that he commenced.
Right. On the 29th, I think that's the date that we're giving. On the 29th of July, the Supreme Court will eventually give its decision.
Yes.
So we'll know whether the OSP can prosecute without expressly receiving.
The point I want to make is that it has a direct effect on this matter.
Of course it does.
Now, if it doesn't go the way of the OSP, it means the whole process against Ken Ofori-Atta is reset. Okay? And that's an issue we should do.
Okay. So if the court holds that he needs the Attorney General's authorization, he has to go for the Attorney General's authorization to start everything fresh. Okay. Yes, Gloria.
You know, I was reading and then I realized that Ken's lawyers in the U.S. had said that one of their pleadings was that he can't come to Ghana because he cannot be guaranteed a fair trial in Ghana due to the lack of independence of Ghana's judiciary.
Yes.
For a moment, I was like, what's going on here? Then I read it again and I said, well, we have a lot of fine judges in our country, you know, men and women of integrity. But wait a minute, let me read it again. Then I read it again that he cannot be guaranteed a fair trial because of lack of independence of the judiciary. Then I started thinking about it. Yes, lack of independence of the judiciary. First, there's something that I looked at. That's the discontinuation or withdrawal of several high-profile cases. You know, I wonder the case of Atufosin Japa, then the case of Republic versus Dr. Stephen Opuni and another Republic versus Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama, Republic versus Dr. Ernest Thompson and others, Republic versus Ofosuampofo and another, Republic versus Alhaji Collins Dowde and others, Republic versus Dr. Kwabena Dufo and others. These are all fine gentlemen before the court. And it's for the court to decide and to determine after going through due process to find out whether they are guilty or not guilty, irrespective of their partisanship. And I think that is something hypocrisy in Ghana. Why should some people be before the judiciary, trial court, you know, of our, you know, in our jurisdiction, and then suddenly their government comes into power, and then the case is discontinued or, you know, withdrew or whatever. You know,
the point you began.
No, please let me land. Then secondly,
hold on there first.
I have 3
points. The point you began to canvass on this one about lack of independence of the judiciary.
Yes.
How exactly? Wait, let me finish the question. How exactly does this go to lack of independence of judiciary when it is in the province of the Attorney General to decide whether they continue or they don't continue, if they have discontinued. You mentioned Atta'S, that one was not a discontinuation. That one was the Court of Appeal that acquitted them.
Let me continue. When I read it, the first thing that came to my mind was that why do they say that? Because we appear before judges who have integrity, fine men and women in this country, okay? And so I was wondering why judiciary? And I said he can't come because lack of fair trial, lack of independence of the judiciary. And then I started thinking that how are they going to build their case? Usually, if another lawyer says something, the first thing that comes to your mind is how are they going to build their case of lack of fair trial and lack of independence of Ghana's judiciary? So quickly, I started thinking, point one, this discontinuation or withdrawal of several high-profile prosecutions by the current AG, that is a point to look at. Whilst, on the other hand, others, they want to try others from another partisan ground. That is not good for our democracy and for our judicial
my question is that
Please, I'm answering it. So this is it.
How does this go to independence of judiciary? Because when the Attorney General or the prosecutor says, I don't want to continue a case, the judiciary has
I have three things I want to mention.
Yes, so you are on one point.
So this is the point number one, which borders on hypocrisy. Point number two,
so you have abandoned lack of independence on this.
I'm doing three to find out how they
this point does not go to lack of independence.
Well, that's my opinion. So let me express myself.
Okay.
So the first thing that will be used to build a case is this hypocrisy, high-level hypocrisy of discontinuing some cases on a partisan basis and bringing in other cases. The second one, I'll call it the picketing at the U.S. Embassy. I can't remember the last time I saw one, if I've ever seen one. That does not augur well. In fact, that can even lead to seeking asylum for the victim who was being, picketed against. Then the third one is the head of the judiciary. We have the Chief Justice, Justice Tokonu, who was removed on three grounds which were, in my opinion, were baseless, because the three constitutional grounds are incapacity to perform their duty, incompetence, and then acting in some unreasonable behavior, which is similar to the grounds for removal of the president. And I kept saying that this will not augur well for our democracy and even the perception of the independence of our judiciary, because now there's a perception out there in the world that our judiciary are not independent. That's why his lawyers in the U.S. pleaded that. And immediately they pleaded that, and I looked at it and I said, wow, this can be independence of the judiciary. He can even end up seeking asylum, with this picketing. And now we have a Chief Justice who actually said before God and man, she's never taken a bribe. And I thought that is something that we should hail her for. Rather, we chastise her, demoralize her. Can you imagine? Recently, I've seen a Facebook post, probably it's AI, of some government officials going to the Olympics. We have the former party chairman of NDC, followed by the vice president, followed by someone who looks like our Chief Justice in red jersey.
It's real. It's not AI.
I don't know. And I'm like, couldn't he have gone separately? Of course, he can watch the match, but couldn't he have gone with his own personal entourage, gone to sit somewhere quietly, enjoy the match and come home? Why do you... Well, I thought it was a look-alike. So when I said, why does this look-alike decide to follow the former party chairman of NDC, who is now chair of COCO, the vice president, and then himself? I mean, please, the independence of the judiciary, that perception is really at stake.
And the occasion you are referring to,
asylum.
And the occasion you are referring to is what we understand they were going to. Asante Hene is in Canada. And so they went there, the vice president of all of these people went there to greet him before Ghana's match will start. It's actually the CJ who is in there, and the judiciary has issued a statement. The judiciary has issued a statement clarifying that the trip he made is his personal trip funded by himself and not by the state. Mr. Asasari.
Let me ask, what is wrong if the Chief Justice of the Republic will join other Ghanaian citizens to go and watch a football match? Is there anything wrong?
No, it's the company he's found in that issues are being raised. Actually, a petition or an open letter, Dennis Miracle Sabuaji or so, has filed to the CJ complaining about situations where he's been found in the company of party people, like the funeral of Sami Jemfi's father-in-law. He was there, and they said the company they found him in didn't look right, and then this one has also come, and they are raising issues with that.
A critical look at our culture, it will reveal that it's not totally insulated from our body politic. There are certain things that, as a Ghanaian, I think we shouldn't make, heavy weather of. And this is, one of it. So, Gloria is saying that it is
the perception of lack of independence of our judiciary must be protected so that we don't have that perception.
One reason why I wouldn't want to be a judge is because of, I want to watch football in the company, of friends. And if the friends happen to be on the opposite, divide, accusations.
So what you are saying is an admission. What you are saying is an admission that there's something improper about the company he finds himself in, because you're saying you don't want to be a judge because you want that freedom.
Yes.
Okay, so it means if you're a judge, you should not be seen in that company.
We need to re-examine some of these cultural restrictions. You see, else, the president is accompanied by Alan Tremantin. There's nothing wrong with it. But if the Chief Justice accompanies the president, when Tokonu danced with Nanado, I publicly criticized it. For me, it was unbecoming of a Chief Justice to dance publicly, with the president. That is different from going to watch football. Or we are all football fans.
I thought you were going to say it's the same rather than
it's worse. A dance is 5 minutes. Watching football is 90 minutes before you come in and you go.
So now let's go to Ofori-Atta then. Trying absentia, green card, how does it, impinge on what is happening? In the US, as we know, historically, if you're seeking to extradite, you should be looking to between, 3 to 5 or 7 years. You can't get it like within a year or two. It doesn't happen.
Sure. I think it was on one of your shows that I predicted that I would not be surprised if the Justice Department, declines any invitation to extradite him or set the process. See, the way we went about the whole Ofori-Atta saga was not fair to him. It was quite infradig, to the dignity of his person. First of all, our Constitution has enacted the presumption of innocence. So a person is presumed to be innocent until, his guilt has been proven. The man has not been tried. But the whole thing started with oral. Then...
No, not oral. It was OSP. This was an oral.
It started when they went to his house, and then later on the OSP...
Oh, okay. Yeah. But the OSP had started before oral came in.
So I could predict that ultimately it will be very difficult, to bring Ofori-Atta down to Ghana. Kofi made a certain statement. The point is, if you were in the shoes of Ofori-Atta, would you come back home?
You don't want to ask me that question.
You see, so, if I were Ofori-Atta, I find it very difficult, to come.
I won't. Straightforward. I'll be back.
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends. You'll be back, not when you see, day in, day out, prosecutions, like Gloria was saying, withdrawing this, the Attorney General filing, nolli prosequi, doing this, doing that, halting prosecutions. And then in one case, it is elevated to a point where the man will be quite apprehensive, and be afraid of his own safety. So I'm not going to, to return. Dr. Park made a point that, our society, frowns on certain things, but it requires accountability. accountability yet, but not when the person has already been roundly condemned in the court of public opinion. He has been sentenced, he's been, condemned, to eternity and all that. So for me, I think that we should, as a country, decide the way we want our prosecutions to go. Must it be with dignity? Must the prosecution put fear into people? Now, if that is what we want, I can tell you that we will not get any sane person coming back to stand his or her trial. It will be quite difficult. The way the OSP, set the Ken Ofori-Atta'S thing in motion was not the best for the nation. And I criticized it. And you remember on one occasion, I even called for the resignation of the special prosecutor, for not going about this in a manner, that to depict the Ghanaian culture of respect for the dignity of the person or the individual. So
the SP says it doesn't canonize saints.
And your topic has Ken Ofori-Atta'S justice or just enter a new legal maze. He's neither. He has neither escaped justice because this is only the tip of the iceberg. The processes are ongoing. It's a long process. You just said between 6-7 years. It's a long process. And then, has he entered a new...
In Sedina's case, whilst you had issued for his her extradition in July of 2024, it took us recently, and even that, she had to sort of surrender while she was being pursued in the U.S.
And so, what has happened? She has come, isn't it?
Yeah, so actually somebody has a question. He says... I'm going to sound controversial, but I will proceed nevertheless. The American government should not extradite Ken Ofori-Atta'S until the government of Ghana provides evidence to citizens that extradited convict Sedina Atieno is indeed in Ghanaian prison. This is Kweku and Chubu-Esiako.
What I was going to... Yes. What has happened? You see, so is this, for the mere fun of it, that bring them back only to allow them to escape again? I don't know. I have not been told of, why and how and when and all that. But, once the media starts throwing these things into, the domain of the public, there must be, a shred or scintilla of truth, in between those who are denying and those, who are admitting. So that is where we are. But, to return to Ken Ofori-Atta'S, I think that it will take Ghana some time, to go through the processes to completion. But in the course of trying to implement the process, I would want to say that and plead with the whole society that we should go about such matters with decency and common sense. With decency and common sense. I mean, you don't dehumanize an individual and expect the individual to come back voluntarily. It will never.
But the consequence of not coming back, imagine, as we understand, the courts issued they got the processes issued, a notice to be served, for the charges to be served on him. All of that have been included in the extradition packets and sent through the Attorney General to the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ. And it is up to them to decide when they serve him, if they will serve him at all. So imagine they serve the process on him. Your view is that it's best for him not to come. If he doesn't come and the trial goes on, the potential that he could be convicted and sentenced does that not make it worse for him? Is it not better to participate than to abstain?
You mean worse in the US or in Ghana?
For his name.
For his name, the name is already, in the mud. You see, and mud, when it sticks, no matter what you do, a little bit of it will remain. So if I were in his shoes, my understanding of the system would be, well, look at me, I'm in America here, and look at what they are doing in Ghana. While in America, this is what they are doing to me. Must I go? It will be worse, so he won't come. But that is not to suggest that he should be there. I mean, I have to confess, I have had word with Ken in conversation on the phone and advised him to come. Say, come home. Don't render yourself a fugitive, running away from justice. I have. Because, I suffered that. I was a victim when, the government wanted to throw me out as director of the law school. They said all sorts of things. I was in jail in America. I had, escaped from prison and all that. People advised me, to leave the country. And I said, I won't go. I have only one Ghana. And my Ghana is my mother Ghana. Where do I go? So I can understand Ken, but we are different people with different perceptions. We have, different ideas and, different things. I would want to come. He may not come. So what will be the bottom line? The bottom line should be we should go about our prosecutorial processes with some amount of fairness and dignity to make the individual feel, loved. This thing that, we are not empathizing. We are only shouting from the rooftop. And some of the people who are shouting have done worse things. So my advice, to the politicians is always to be careful. So what we are doing now can happen, and most predictably can happen to some of the people, who are in the forefront, of our body politics today, and that shouldn't, be the case.
Okay, so the former Deputy Attorney General, before I come to you, your boss and our very good friend wants to give us some bit of education. Trial in absentia comes in only after the accused person has been served with the charges in accordance with the law and his plea has been taken. You cannot start a criminal proceeding when the accused person's plea has not been taken. Under the laws of Ghana, the trial of an accused person must take place in his presence. He must be served with the proceedings. His plea taken before the proceedings will commence. The criminal processes of the country do not extend beyond the jurisdiction. No bailiff or registrar of the High Court can serve criminal processes on a person outside the jurisdiction. That is why the law makes provision for extradition. It is only when an accused person resident outside the country has been served with a notice of charges in Ghana through extradition processes that one can say that Ken has been notified of the proceedings. So let's continue from there. And that's from Godfred Yeboah Dame. And for those of you who have been saying there's this misinformation out there that he filed to withdraw from Justice Gertrude Tokonu's case in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said he will not be allowed to withdraw. Please, that's never happened in the courts. I have seen what the proceedings say. In fact, it was granted, except that it was supposed to come to the notice of the former Chief Justice. So those of you who are using that and suggesting that Apia Kubi seeking to withdraw has been denied him because there's a precedent in the Supreme Court, you are wrong. In Apia Kubi's case, in Wuntumi's case, the court did not deny him. They said you are doing something that you shouldn't have done. If you are no longer representing him, just tell your client you are not representing him. This is a criminal case and sit here somewhere, period. Don't file an application before the court. You should have done that only for a civil case. Yes.
Yes.
Alfred.
Yes. Samson, I think earlier on we had a conversation when my brother was on the floor making this point about whether someone can plead why he's not in court. I mean, the general principle is what you stated, but there is an exception. If you look at section 167.
167
of Act 30.
Okay.
Where the person may be absent, but may plead guilty through his lawyer.
Correct.
Or he may write to the court that I plead this way. But that one, the exception is about whether it's a misdemeanor, a charge does not warrant a sentence more than.
Exactly.
So I think
that does not apply here.
Yes. So I just want to make that point that it's permissible. Now, Ken's matter, as Mr. Ansari said, in fact, we're in this country when national security led by Japa, knowing very well that gentleman was not in the country.
Carrying guns.
Went to his residence, carrying guns, all manner of things just to conduct a search. And that was the first red flag. Now, I've told some people that extradition MPDD. It's a fact. Extradition MPDD. The moment you begin to make noise, you arm the fugitive with all manner of defenses. And so my colleagues have itemized some of the things that have gone on. Now, if you look at Ken's matter, he is going through due process. And that has been my position. That insofar as he's going through due process of law, it is right so to do. And so if a U.S. court has granted him that green card, as you all agree, that is not an insurance against extradition. But it is also an assurance that he cannot be deported. Because prior to this one, his visa had been revoked, and the U.S. government could have used that one just to deport him without going through the extradition process so that he would just come and then face trial. But having been granted this, it means that his stay in the U.S. is now guaranteed. It has cushioned his stay. And so the next step, as we all agree, is to go through the extradition process. The question has been asked whether the OSP could have gone another way around the whole process. And I think something else could have been done. We've all been talking about service of the processes on Ken. It's a legal requirement. Under Article 19.3 of the Constitution, he must be notified. That notification is what they are seeking to do through the service of the extradition packet on him in the U.S. When we do a Tamakru trial, we were confronted with whether to also go through the extradition process or go through the trial. But we could have done the two at the same time. But realize that, as you all know, extradition will take you 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And so we decided that we're going to just marshal our witnesses, lead evidence on the elements of the crime, then make sure that, at the end of the day, if he's convicted, then we'll be able to then go through the process to extradite her. We went through it, because when it comes to extradition, the fugitive may have defenses, for example, a defense of political persecution.
Right.
He may raise the defense of torture, etc. And so, if you do not commence the prosecution and you want to get him or her first, then the first defense is to raise that I'm being persecuted politically. And that one, evidence may be there. Look at these social media posts, etc., etc., etc. But in terms of accountability, I know that Ken is not afraid of accountability. Because so far as you've held a public office, it's incumbent upon you to account for your stewardship. But the process of accountability is where the issue is.
So the extradition, from where you sit, is going to be extremely difficult because of the developments that have happened. The public posture, first, of the OSP, second, the attempt at his home ransacking and doing all of these things, and the tons of publications that have gone on. His lawyers will curl all of them. When the Attorney General raised issues about even the extradition, that the SP didn't, the two of them, we understood it was like there was a problem. Then there was a second occasion where they seemed to disagree. And then now, the power to prosecute is also being challenged in court. So if the extradition has to be determined before 29th, when the Supreme Court will determine the OSP's power to prosecute, it doesn't look like there's opportunity that the US will let him come.
Yes, that is the case. If I was lawyer in the US, the first thing I read about this challenge, that's a foundation document. And usually the foundation is under a challenge.
Yeah.
I'll raise it there, and the US court say, fine, if that's the case, then we have to wait and then see how things unfold.
They raised it. Does it matter that the extradition is not the OSP that's doing it, but the Attorney General?
Yes.
According to law.
Because the Attorney General acted on the process activated by the OSP.
Okay.
And so as the AG, when you get these processes, you just put them in the proper documents that you need. You go for authentication, then the AG signs, then it's taken to the... So far as the OSP initiated it, and this initiation has to do, not the investigation will be fine, that one is not captured by. In terms of the filing of the charge sheet, this is a foundation document for that extradition. It's going to have an effect on Ken's extradition from the...
Look, all of us lawyers here, if anybody had to represent Ofori-Atta in the US, the dossier will be huge. But the question again is, you are hearing that the AG is in the US. In fact, we understand they had a meeting with the DOJ in Ghana. The OSP, the AG, they had a meeting. And then they needed to do a further meeting in the US, which the AG is attending. And the public sentiment is very clear that if US doesn't give us Ken Ofori-Atta, we will not extradite anybody anymore. Because we do it so quickly. Here in Ghana, they come ask for it, and within a week, the person is on the flight. But over there, you ask for it, it takes you 3, 5, 7 years.
Hold on.
Do you entertain some fears that this meeting, because these things are political, the extraditions are political. Yeah.
Yes, AG has the meeting. I mean, it's having this meeting. We used to have meetings with our foreign counterparts on some of these things, but that does not mean that they are not going to follow due process in their country. So US, maybe the US DOJ officers or DOJ officers or even the AG himself, whatever, for the cameras and for the fine. But when it comes to extradition, they will have to look at the law squeeze so to see that whether you are required falls within their extradition laws. If it falls within it, then they want to take a step on it. Then the issue about not extraditing Abu Trika, the rest, because that may be a fair point, but the question is who caused them? Because in Ghana, when it comes to extradite someone from Ghana to other countries, we know how the district courts want to. Other counts, we know how they do it. They go through it as fast as possible, and some of the fugitives also decide not to even appeal.
Right.
They don't go up after the Supreme Court. They just go to a certain point and they are extradited to. After all, some of them think that if you are taking the US and you're in the US jail, it's better than being in Ghana and being in custody and so on. So it's better.
Just a point of information.
Then on this extradition, I just want to tie in, maybe it's not part of the subject. On the Sedna Temaklo, I think Kofi said something about that, or someone sent a message that if we want Ken to be back, then we must see what is happening or will happen to Sedna Temaklo. In fact, last week when I listened to you and I read the submissions of her counsel, I noticed that they have said that they filed an appeal in May 2024. I mean, at the time that we were in office. In fact, I got surprised. But for all the people that were in office, we were never served with that process. And my checks for the AG's office is to the fact that until they filed their submission in February this year, the AG had no notice or knowledge as an office of that appeal. So I'm a bit skeptical.
But that does not negate the fact that they actually filed it.
So that's what I'm saying. Yes, but I know that other gentleman, the other gentleman, he filed his appeal in May. That's a month, within a month.
The deputy who is now on bail.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so if I were in the AG's office to file my submission in response to that, I will have to query the notice of appeal.
That's a very important point.
I need to look at it. Because if she filed appeal within a month after a conviction, that's quite curious. Very, very curious. A fugitive in the US, she never took part in the trial. She was convicted, and within the month, she filed an appeal, just like the other person who took part. I mean, it's very curious. And so I'm just urging our AG to interrogate that notice of appeal.
It could be it wasn't done. It could be it has been now done and backdated. Those are the things we need to find out.
Backdating, it's difficult to say.
But that's the point I'm making.
When you file in a process in the court of appeal,
it will be stamped.
Yeah, backdating is difficult.
So Samson, I was going to give the point of, but
I wanted to bring attention to this because you brought that up.
Yes.
That there is a principal state attorney in the AG's office, who last week brought to our attention that the office has been aware of the processes all through, and that she had contested more particularly in respect of the deputy. So sorry, I'll reserve that.
Yeah, the deputy.
In respect of the deputy, Daniel Azim.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to make the point for information that extradition is a two-way process. A judicial process, which essentially is a no objection, and then an executive decision. This is what I mean. If the government is going to extradite you, first the judiciary must clear that you can be extradited, and then they will make the decision. So the judiciary can go through and say, no, this person should not or cannot be extradited. The law does not allow us to do it. Then it stops the executive. If the judiciary goes through and says that, okay, everything is clear, he can be extradited, the executive can choose not to extradite.
Correct.
So it's a dual process.
And Kofi, that's where fear is also being raised. One of Ken Ofori-Atta'S' lawyers is a former AG of the US.
Yes.
And is the first to have publicly endorsed Donald Trump's bid. He is also a lobbyist. That is Donald Trump's friend.
Oh, yeah.
And the final decision rests with Donald Trump.
Yes. So people must understand some of these things. They can do everything and they say, okay, he can be extradited, and then he won't come. On the other hand, if they want to extradite him, but the courts find that, for instance, he's seeking genuine asylum, he will be stopped.
Now he's resident. Does he need asylum anymore?
Yes.
He doesn't need asylum anymore. He's resident.
He is resident. A green card is not a very strong thing. Okay? If, for instance, crime can be proven, and the crime is a crime in the US and a crime here, he will be in jeopardy. All right? So there are many things. The Abrego Garcia thing, if you followed it, okay, the executive moved the guy out. The judiciary said, bring him back. And all kinds of people are in trouble because of that. So the executive can stop the judiciary can stop the executive, but the executive cannot stop the judiciary in these processes. So there's a lot at play, but at the end of the day, it's Ken's decision. I've heard people talk about MPP should go and bring it. Please stop talking like that.
Okay, so I read a few messages and then we take a break and return to the big resignations. Gloria, I said Gloria. Sophia Kufu resigned. Is it 7 months into office? Then as a Council of State member, and then Asare Bosman, who has been hounded by the NDC for a while, also has resigned. We're asking questions. Are these resignations voluntary or protests? Yes, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I was going to ask if you are aware or been following the fact that we ourselves, that is the Attorney General, the OSP, have not put their houses in order. And that is, giving a lot of hope and confidence to the U.S., system, the Justice Department. But these people, they are not even sure.
Educators.
Of. If you look at the provisions of the OSP Act, it's quite clear that the OSP's office must obtain the requisite authority from the Attorney General. If you look at Article 88, clauses 1, 3 to 6, the Attorney General has the most say in such matters. Now, you do the thing to a point, and then you come back to realize that there was, the lack or the absence of a prior requisite authority, and therefore, it raises an issue of interpretation that must be resolved by the Supreme Court. If I don't intend, delve into that, if, for the sake of argument, we had done, our homework well, we ought to have realized, even before we raise the bar, that, oh, no, this is not going to work. For the simple reason that the office of the OSP must seek a prior approval from the Attorney General. They did not do that. So you either wholly discontinue and go back to the AG, or you allow the AG to act.
This is where, as host, sometimes you guys put me in an invidious position. So, as you know, on record, I'm one of the 4 lawyers led by Kizito Beyo, who are representing the 14 civil society organizations who have filed an amicus or an amici before the Supreme Court, and we have been appearing. The position you speak about now is the position of the plaintiff. The position that has been canvassed before the court in 2 ways. One speaks to the fact that Gloria Akufu, as the Attorney General, had already given that authorization through an ally. So we leave the Supreme Court to make the decision.
Yeah. That's in the public domain.
It is, yeah, it's been discussed even before the matter. So there are a number of messages here. I don't know whether I should take a break and return to read them or when I should read them now. We'll be right back. I'll read your messages.
The Council of State is a body that is supposed to be advising the president. I'm not going to sing his master's voice, so to speak. An advisor does not parrot. An advisor speaks with honesty. An advisor looks to the best interest, not only of the person they are advising, but of the function the person is serving. And so I'm definitely going to do my best and work with the council to give the best advice at all times to the president. The Council of State is a body that
Innovation, research, and engineering are driving solutions for a sustainable future. The University of Energy and Natural Resources, in collaboration with Joy News, presents the International Conference on Energy and Engineering 2026 under the theme Engineering the Future, Energy, Agriculture, and Infrastructure Innovations towards Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development. The conference comes up from 30th September to 2nd October. Ahead of the International Conference on Energy and Engineering, join us this Friday on the AM show as we discuss how engineering, technology, and innovation can help Ghana respond to climate change challenges, from strengthening agriculture and food security to building sustainable systems, with insights from Dr. Naomi Kumi, Senior Lecturer, Department of Atmospheric and Climate Science, Vice Dean of Students, UNEM, Dr. Kwabena Atakra, Senior Lecturer, Department of Horticulture and Crop Production, UNER, and Dr. Ebenezer Kojo Siabi, Research Fellow and Lecturer, Earth Observation Research and Innovation Center, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. On the AM show, live on Joy News.
This week on the Career Trail.
Here is chew, pour, you pass, and then you forget everything. In the advanced world, the difference is that learning is not for consumption, it is for creation. If I define leadership and you define the same thing for my book, what have you done? Nothing. You have a situation here in Ghana where continuous assessment is 40%. Exactly. Then your exams is 60. So that day that you are writing exams, you are sick or anything happened to you, you fail. And I think our orientation is wrong. That is why Google, Amazon, Facebook, everything is coming from America, the innovation, because of the way we teach them.
Teenage pregnancy is stressful. It is world war.
Dreams are paused, futures rewritten, and childhood replaced with the heavy responsibility of raising a life.
They impregnated her, and at the end of the day, when she came, she was HIV positive.
This is not just a story of motherhood, it's a cautionary tale.
Your friends will laugh at you at that time because nobody expects you to get pregnant at that time. You get that reactions from the nurses when you go to the antenatal. Some of you will go like a krakatwa.
Too young to mother on Joy News.
first issue relating to reports of the resignation of Justice Sofa A.B. Akufu. I can confirm that indeed Justice Sofa A.B. Akufu has resigned.
Right. So the big resignations, forced, voluntary, or protest. 2 high-profile exits. That certainly shakes the foundations. But should it at all? We are asking that question here on Newsfile. It's brought to you by the kindest sponsorship of Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN everywhere you go, Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa, Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial 165 hash, star 165 hash on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Ball Jewelry, pure, precious, and proudly Ghanaian. Let me share some of your messages here. Nana Ekwamwa Boateng Ablekuma Central says the U.S. justice system and its protection of human rights are second to none. Its verdict on Ken Ofori-Attah and the subsequent granting of a green card to him are clear indications that the country's justice system works. Our judges should take a cue from this and dispense justice without fear or favor. So the immigration hearing is completely a different kettle of fish. It has nothing to do with the extradition. The extradition has not started yet, so let's not mix them. Okay, the same person again says, please tell Kofi Bentil that if Ghanaians were that gullible, moved by emotions, and will attack Ken when he returns, then he, Bentil, oh, sorry. I can't read the rest of them. I can't be a conveyor belt to that. Man Friday says, it is sad that Ofori-Attah, a man who always read scriptures in white clothes, has now shown politicians the way on not being accountable. Politicians will surely run away from accountability in his steps. We, the youth, feel betrayed. He should at least clear his name. Musa Abatwa in Asawasi says, please fact-check claims by Ken Ofori-Attah's lawyer that a U.S. court ruled he would not get a fair trial. I strongly disagree. Did his lawyers, did the court rule that he would not get a fair trial? The lawyers didn't say anything like that. They only said that the court sort of discredited the charges, that the charges were not credible. The OSP has challenged that because the court doesn't have the extradition package before it, so it cannot be commenting on the extradition process. In any case, this was just an immigration matter. It has nothing to do with his criminal process. Let's wait and see. When we see the decision of the court, then we can say which is which. He says, I strongly disagree with Kofi Bentil. His claim that Ken Ofori-Attah has been unfairly demonized is unfounded. Accountability is not persecution. Many public officials have faced allegations and remain in Ghana to answer questions. Allowing such legal maneuvers to persist risks setting a dangerous precedent for others seeking to evade justice. Please, your panel, and I believe these guests, I believe these guests are some of the finest brains in the country. But as a layman, I don't think any one of them have answered the question in regards to our legal jurisprudence without being charged. If without being charged, an accused person can be tried in absentia. We've given that education. I'm sure you sent it before that education was given. The public needs that education. We have given it. Baba Chairman Tamale says, Newsfile, the government threw caution to the dogs when, without pressing charges, called him all sorts of names, including being a criminal. If I were Ken, I won't come to Ghana. Thank you. So Thanks for sharing those views. And a former colleague here who is in the US says that you don't need asylum if you are on a green card. Your asylum may have resulted in a green card acquisition. So that is for that issue. Okay, so thank you all very much. Now, those big resignations, what exactly is influencing them? What do we know, and what can we intellectually say they are? Let's listen to Phyllis Ofosu Kwachi Ofosu, who made the confirmations.
First issue relating to reports of the resignation of Justice Ofori-Atta'S Akufu. I can confirm that indeed Justice Ofori-Atta'S Akufu has resigned from her position as a member of the Council of State. She submitted a letter in September 2025 to the President indicating her desire to resign. She did not disclose the reason for wanting to resign. When the President received the letter, he was required then to indicate his acceptance of the resignation. But at the behest of the Council of State, he had to hold on because they said they wanted to engage Justice Ofori-Atta'S Akufu to see if there was some grievance that she had that was informing the resignation and whether or not there was a way that it could be addressed. So they asked the President to hold on with the acceptance. But they got back and said that they had engaged, and as far as they were concerned, the resignation could be accepted. So the President has formally accepted her resignation and she's no longer a member of the Council of State. Regarding Dr. Bosman Asari, I can also confirm that he has submitted a letter to His Excellency the President indicating that effective 31st July 2026, he would resign his position as Deputy Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. He gives a reason for his resignation, which is that he wants to go back to academia and pursue his career as a staff of the University of Ghana, and conveyed his thanks and appreciation to the President and people of Ghana for giving him the opportunity to serve in that capacity. We are also aware that a second chairperson, in the person of Mr. Samuel Tete, has also gone on retirement as, I beg your pardon, a member of the Electoral Commission or a deputy chairperson. And in that regard, processes are underway. Indeed, the Council of State has already been given a nominee, which they are considering. And once that process is completed, an announcement will be made in terms of the replacement for Mr. Tete. And then in due course, a replacement will be found for Dr. Bosman Asari. So I can confirm the resignation of these two people.
All right, back here on the table, my guests, Kweku Ansah Asari, Alfred Chayeboa, Clement Abbas Apak, Gloria Ofori-Boadu, and Kofi Bento. This time, let me start with Gloria. What do you know? What do these resignations portend?
Well, with the former Chief Justice, she belongs to a Council of State established under Article 89 of our Constitution. And we have always said, some of us, in fact, we even sent a proposal to the Constitutional Review Committee that the Council of State is supposed to be an advisory body. But then, apart from the former Chief Justice and former Chief of Defense Staff, a former IGP, and the President of the National House of Chiefs, all the other members are most probably partisan because 11 of them are directly appointed by the President. Then there are supposed to be representatives from each region, and these representatives are nominated by an electoral college. And the electoral college is made up of 2 representatives from each district assembly in that region. Now, the district assemblies, the MMDCs, are also government appointees. So naturally, an electoral college will have that, membership. So it's heavily partisan. So when you go there and you want to be independent-minded and advise the president accordingly, I'm sure it will be very difficult because there are more people there with parties' loyalty to the president than not. In some past constitutions, I remember the opposition leaders in Ghana, and the main opposition leader was a member of the Council of State. So during the constitutional review process, if we can have a look at Article 89 of our Constitution and make our Council of State more non-partisan, get in some leaders of the opposition and some other independent bodies, you know, Christian Council, Muslim Association, and other stakeholders, that will help. And it will also be of benefit to the president so that he'll have more independent, objective advice than, you know, from just your party people. Because sometimes the party people may not see things differently. They'll see it just as the president does. So that's something we should consider. And probably that is one reason why the former Chief Justice probably, have no clue, decided that enough. I can't give advice and then it will be subsumed in partisanship considerations.
Samuel Tete is retired. Bosman Asare is resigned. Both of them were a subject of petitions. 7 of them that went to the Chief Justice. And the Chief Justice didn't find prima facie. 7 of them, and I think 3 against the SP. All of that didn't survive prima facie determination. OSP still has 1 from Martin Pebu that's pending before the Chief Justice for determination. What do you think? People have said that these 2 had been literally hounded by the NDC, that they were not fit for purpose. You'd heard Johnson Essien Dunketia say it publicly. They don't mince words. You hear Fifi Kwete say it publicly. They don't mince words, that these guys don't deserve to be there. They should just get out. Since the petitions didn't work, they got vindication. So they should be staying. Of course, one is retiring, one is resigning. Some suggest they just don't feel comfortable, as in Bosman Asare. What do you say?
Well, I would say that at the end of the day, we should have a mindset for those in public service and those out of public service, that public service is not that it's not a supreme form of, or a supreme form of jobs. In fact, in some jurisdictions, it's seen as a sacrifice. So if he's in a job, well, the other guy has retired. But if the former academic practitioner decides, he has the prerogative that now I've served Ghana enough. I've sacrificed enough. I don't even have my freedom. I have to go around with.
It was appointed in 2018.
Yeah, I've served enough, so I want to move on. There's nothing wrong with that. It's about time we started even having that mindset where public servants will, voluntarily resign. I mean, I've been a minister enough, or a deputy minister, or MMDC. I want to move on to do something. That should become our mindset. But so that others will see that it's not the be-all or end-all. But my only prayer is that with one moving on to academia, and then with the other retiring, we'll still have an electoral commission that will be able to conduct periodically free and fair elections in our country.
The replacements, you mean? The 2 people that must go
I just pray, because we don't want a situation where in the national referendum in January 1964, the CPP wanted a one-party state and a president for life, and it was put to a referendum, and there were 99% vote for yes in the whole country, particularly Ashanti region, where even the no ballot boxes were either covered, so that you can't put your vote in it, or we had party gurus standing by the box, daring anyone to come and vote no. We don't want that, please.
Right. Zaza, sorry. You have followed chief justices. What do you say about Sophia Akufo's move?
Thank you. I think that my first comment that the government has been economical with the truth on this matter. A person resigning in September and government succumbing to public pressure to make some half-truth. It should be roundly condemned. Next time, any something that's happened, the government must come clear and let the whole country know. Having said that, I think that the selection of leadership for Akuffo in the first place was wrong. And I say so because Article 89, Clause 2, Paragraph A, Roman numeral 1, provides for the selection of a retired Chief Justice. At that time, we had former Chief Justice Georgina Theodora Wood, who had done 10 years of meritorious service and was therefore 10 years ahead of Sophia Akuffo, and she was bypassed. And the appointed authority settled on Sophia Akuffo. And we are going to have,
the Georgina Wood had been in the Council of State anyway.
Pardon?
She had been in the previous Council of State.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If she had been, it is not something that, he has been there before, like it's happening to our constituencies. You have, been there twice, thrice. So, leave, let another person come. That's not this one. It's a constitutional requirement that a retired Chief Justice, and therefore the most senior, is alive.
But the law doesn't say the most senior.
That is why I said sometimes we should go about the interpretation with a little bit of common sense. That if you have, 3 persons, all of whom have been Chief Justices before, and you are to select in partial fulfillment of a constitutional requirement, who would you go for first? The most senior. The most senior. And the legal profession thrives on seniority. So, in bypassing, you create a problem. Thirdly, her leadership, Sophia Akuffo, is a very principled person. But on this occasion, she might have been forced by the backlash following her participation in the Tokonu
impeachment hearing.
The hearing, yes. Or she left voluntarily. Or your third one, as a protest. So she left in protest, against what Gloria has said. All 3, together, I think that she nodded a little as a former Chief Justice, and then an incumbent member of the Council of State, having subscribed to the oath of membership of the Council of State, the oath of secrecy, and the official oath. She was the last person to have done what she did.
What did she do?
Coming out, to say that she took a certain stance at, the meeting of.
She never said so publicly.
Oh, no, public, but
the media spoke about it that she abstained from the vote.
But if you say
she never said that.
But if you say you have abstained, or you whisper into the ears of a friend who then lets the cat out of the bag, you have said it. So abstention, must be kept, secret. It's part of the oath of secrecy. Whether you abstained or not, it's part of the oath of secrecy. But having said that, I know her ladyship to be a very principled person. She will have none of any protestations about what she's done, and therefore she herself might have realized that she created a condition to make her position untenable on the Council of State, and therefore, to prevent any further backlash, she will leave.
Council of State is supposed to be a place of independent minds, a place of wisdom. That's what the Council of State is supposed to be.
Not our Council of State.
It's supposed to be, unfortunately,
Council of State.
It's supposed to be a place of wisdom. So people must exercise independent opinion because of the wealth of experience they are bringing. What makes one feel that her stay there is untenable simply because she disagrees with the crowd?
So if you look at the composition, of the Council of State, it's 100% partisan. Just look at the composition. 89 to 1. A, Roman numeral 1 to the end, up to 89, 6. It's all partisan. So you will not feel free. You will not have an independent mind. And maybe, presumably, that might have orchestrated, the self-remover, if I may say so, for a leadership, Georgina Wood. This is a place that you go, you cannot speak your mind. What is this, body that you can't exercise, your freedom of speech, freedom of choice, freedom of this. And therefore, people will find it, very difficult, and comfortable. People will not be comfortable, from what I'm saying. Yes, maybe we need to amend, so that we bring in all shades of opinion. We have to. We've reached a stage where any person, who finds himself or herself on opposite sides will leave, because we are in a country where is a person amongst us. Then find a way of hounding him out, or the membership, or the Council of State, or for that reason, entity at all. And that's unfortunate and regrettable.
So right now we are thinking about the replacement. And as we can see, these are the three former Chief Justices alive. Please go for scroll the slide. That's it. These are the ones who are alive. Georgina Wood, Kwesi Enin-Yeboah, and Gertrude Torkornoo, who will replace Sophia Akuffo.
So my submission in the first place is that Gertrude Torkornoo is not a former Chief Justice. If you have been removed, you have been. This issue of whether Torkornoo is a former Chief Justice, we will pursue it to a point of absurdity and then make, a laughing stock, a caricature of ourselves. The person was removed. The person, was not paid anything. The person was asked to pack in. And then because, we need a replacement, all of a sudden, she is a former Chief Justice. No, constitutionally, that is, not right. Now that leaves, Enin-Yeboah. To be honest with you, the NDC will unanimously vote against Enin-Yeboah. I can't predict that. I'm a Ghanaian, so I know how these things work.
Yeah, we're here. We know all the things they said about him.
Yes, so I'm saying that they will not. And you see, and it will make life more uncomfortable for His Excellency the President. Bringing in someone you cannot work with. We have to be sincere and honest to our own individual consciences. If I were the president, even though I'm not the president, I think that on this issue, I'll have to seek maybe counsel from the NDC. Would they be happy if I were to select Enin-Yeboah? When he was in power, he was criticized as being an MPP Chief Justice. Samson, do you think in good conscience that a president can happily settle on Eni-Ebua. Let's face facts, it will not happen. And if it does, we'll have, NDC functionaries coming out, publicly, to insult him. We've now reached a stage in our country where, day in, day out, we watch people insulting, abusing, our state operators. And it's not a good thing. It's not a good feeling. So if I were the president, the last person I would consult would be Eni-Ebua. That leaves, Georgina Wood. And if I were the president, and Georgina Wood has been there before, and we don't know why, she was, not retained. And we have to use, if I were her leadership, maybe because I had been bypassed. So I would decline any invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If we have had a constitution in the past that promoted, or appointed a former, an opposition leader onto the Council of State, then there's nothing wrong with getting someone or appointing someone who is perceived to be opposition friendly to be on the Council of State. It might even augur well for the president to get alternative advice, diversity. That sometimes helps.
All
and
right.
then with Chief Justice Tokono, she's still before the ECOWAS court, and we are here to find out what happens.
The Supreme Court will also give a decision
can be reinstated
on her case, on the cases about her pending before the Supreme Court. They will give it, is it end of this month? Then July 29, they'll give a decision for the OSP case as well. Or all of them are actually on the same day. I need to check again. Because it looks like they want to give us a holiday, because that day will be the last day they sit before the legal vacation. Yes.
Yes, the big resignations, as you have decided to Christian it. It's an interesting time, very interesting.
The point is that for what's the name? Bosman Asari,
yeah.
You guys just hounded her. All of them, you just want everybody out.
I disagree.
And somehow the 7 petitions didn't work.
I have not hounded.
And they now they don't feel they are comfortable. We have heard people actually say that they want to file fresh petitions.
I have not seen the party filing a petition against Bosman Asari.
The party has encouraged it at the very top of the party.
Individuals have the right to activate whatever processes are available depending on whatever grievances they may have.
The CEO of the party.
That is part of a democracy.
Is an individual.
That is the part of a democracy. Did anyone go to file a complaint or a petition in the name of the NDC against any, commissioner? No. So,
but the NDC at the very top had said that they are not fit for purpose. And when the CJ made a finding that didn't remove them or that didn't see them going to a probe, the NDC still has been arguing that they disagree with the CJ. The CJ was wrong.
He is a citizen. He has rights. He is a commissioner. He has options. He made the option to resign. That is what I know. He is not a timid soul. And you know it, I know it. I mean, where he was my junior colleague at the university.
But it's not wrong for anybody to think that what you did led him to just say, look,
what did I do?
Leave the job.
What did I do? What evidence do you have that the party had a role to play?
That Etienne Katia sat in this studio and said they are not fit for purpose. That Fifi Kwete has confirmed the same. That members of the NDC continue to say that they cannot stay there if for nothing at all, for not making sure that the people in Boem, what do we call this constituency? The popular constituency. SAL.
Okay, SAL.
Yes, for not making sure that they voted.
Samson, did Asiedun Ketia go and put a gun to Bossman's head and tell him to resign? I mean, look, let's deal with what we know and what the regulations and the laws and the rules say. The man made a personal choice. He made a decision. And it was said by the Minister for Government Communication. He actually gave a reason. He wants to go back to academia, and that is perfectly allowable. Why should anyone be faulted for a public officer making a conscious decision to take an option available to him? No one should be blamed for this. He could have stayed, and if he wanted to stay, he would have stayed. Until processes can be brought against a public officer or somebody serving on a constitutionally created entity or institution, go through the processes for the person to be ousted as prescribed by law, the person can stay in office. So simply put, as far as I'm concerned, he decided to go back and teach. He has done this voluntarily. He has said that that is why he wants to resign, and that is the way it should be.
Even the EC boss herself, Jean Mensah, the NDC continues to argue that she shouldn't be there, even though she's survived the petition.
But she is there. So that is the argument. I can argue that I don't want you to be a host of Newsfile. But you will be there.
This is not state organization.
Their opinions. They can make their cases. They can file their allegations. They can proffer their charges as they think are legitimate. But the ultimate decision has to be made by the person who chose to make the decision, and he had an option, and he exercised it. Is that not democracy?
But if you make the place uncomfortable for him, why not?
Has he told you the place is uncomfortable for him? We have been in power since January 7th, 2025. We are now in 2026, June. Why didn't he resign 2 months, 3 months ago?
Do you hear some of your people? They say the reset, after CJ is gone, EC bosses must go.
You are talking about
they have a list.
Matters that are not tabled officially. We are not here to discuss conjecture and people's wishes and opinions. We are here to discuss matters that are official, as you have tabled. So and you see, don't be surprised. Much more generally, we have had a tendency in this country where political operatives would have reservations about certain officers for their perceived political affiliation. Whether true or not, that is the case. And I dare say that it is one of the plagues that has afflicted our modern democracy in the Republic. So if we are going to look at these issues, then perhaps we should be looking at the Constitution to see how we can address some of these matters as part of the ongoing constitutional review process that I believe is coming to an end. So Bossman has chosen to go back and teach. Maybe someday I will choose to go back and teach as well, and I'm allowed.
So, Fire Akufo, why did it take the government so long for questions, as Mr. Sassari is asking, to now come and tell us that she actually resigned
the government
long ago? And Martin Amidu is saying, put her resignation letter out there. We have to see what reason she...
Well, the government spokesperson addressed that, and he indicated that, yes, she had tendered in her resignation in September last year, and that upon an intervention by the council, the president was convinced to stay, accepting the resignation, for the council to try and see whether they could speak to her to find out if she had some grievances that could be addressed. And I think the intent was to see whether she would have rescinded her decision. That didn't happen. She obviously stood her grounds. And now the matter has been made public. Whether it is late or it is early, I don't believe that the situation caused any breach of any law or there is an indication of any infraction. So I think that she has done this probably based on principle, as others have alluded to, and she has chosen not to make a reason public. She has not communicated that reason in the communication to the presidency on her resignation. And knowing her, she's not a timid soul. If she wants us to know why she resigned, she will say it. And I think that it is her prerogative to decide whether she wants to share with us why she resigned and why she didn't resign. But from what we all know, She is a woman who speaks her mind. And as I said, she's not a timid soul. And once she has not decided to say it, we cannot guess or proffer or try to, if you like, decipher and find out why she decided to resign. I mean, people have made all kinds of arguments. Dr. Ansar Sari here, Mr. Ansar Sari here has tried to give some background to what may have motivated her to tender in her resignation. But until she speaks, we can all conjecture. Nobody can truly know the reason why she resigned.
So a quick comment, Samson. That's the more reason why the government must make the letter public. We can read and know for ourselves the grounds on which she stood.
Why are you doubting what the government is saying with regards to not stating?
Very much, because the government didn't say anything.
Not stating the reason why.
Questions are being asked about the replacement at the EC, whether you will not do what you join civil society, all of us to condemn when Akufo-Addo brought in Dr.
Tuahene.
I forgot his full name.
I think.
Yes.
Tuahene.
Yeah, Professor. The professor is Sunyane now.
Yes. Brought him in. The civil society got up. I remember doing something stake and
I was condemning that. Also opposed.
You are going to do that. Perhaps you are going to. Sidney Kesia is going for flag bearership, so you won't bring him to the East.
Well, what I can tell you, is that His Excellency the President is not going to appoint a former teen patron, a former NDC communication team member to the Electoral Commission. Knowing the President from where I sit, clearly he wouldn't do that.
We understand for Mr. Tete, we understand that there's already somebody in the works Council of State is considering, right?
Good. And knowing the recent history, as you alluded to which we all opposed, I don't think that would be what we can expect. Whoever will be appointed, those who will be appointed to replace these two, I believe will be Ghanaians who would meet our expectations and will have the needed competence to help deepen and restore the confidence that Ghanaians may have lost in the Electoral Commission.
Kofi, it's been said that the NDC has never forgiven Dr. Bosman Asari when in 2019 he made comments that's, I quote, "I think if there is anyone who is becoming a threat or a potential threat to the democracy we are practicing in our country, then I will rather say that it is the posture of the NDC. Since this new commission took over, we have noticed some of the things that have transpired. Before the Ayawaso West by-election, allegations were rife that the register was bloated, and we also noticed pictures of ballot papers. So, we as a commission, we have seen a particular pattern of the NDC. So I don't see why the NDC will turn around and accuse the chairperson that her actions were a threat to democracy. This is the only commission that is committed to Ghana's democracy because we are operating within the law. Yes. For suggesting that the NDC's posture was a threat to democracy rather than the EC's posture, they've never forgiven him.
Honestly, on that, NDC is right. See, everything you say must be true, but not everything that is true must be said. All right? And he being where he is, as an arbiter, everything he says must be true, but not everything that is true must be said. This one, whether it was true or not, shouldn't have come from his mouth. And for me, when I heard that, that was the day they marked him. All right? Now,
I thought you would rather that public officials should be blunt. When these politicians are misbehaving, they should tell them in their face that that's what they are.
Please, everybody else but the referee of elections should not chastise one side in a match he's going to referee and do it openly. So I said, not everything that is true must be said.
Remember the atmosphere. Remember the atmosphere at the time.
Yes.
We're going to the 2020 elections.
Yes.
And remember what they had done to Jean Mensah and her team.
Yes.
Because Charlotte Osei had been removed.
Yes. It was true that the NDC was misbehaving. They were doing their politics and not in an agreeable way. Okay. That's why some of us exist. We'll do that. He is not the one to say that. So in fact, he marked himself there. And by the way, I have a different view of his resignation. See, the best victory is the one that is won without battle. Right? I'm going to read you a short Sanchu. You know Sanchu? Yeah, marketing people will like Sanchu. In chapter 3 of The Art of War, he says, to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. All right? Now, here's where it applies. So it was very clear, and Apak will say it's not true. But it was very clear. How can you preempt?
I'm saying
you haven't said it.
I know where you come.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
It is very clear, even though Apak will say it's not true, that the NDC had a bullseye on the EC officials. The chief executive of NDC said it. Their general secretary now said it. They made no secret of it. So we can say that as an institution, they had a bullseye on the EC guys. All right. Then there were all these agitations that they should go and just fight them out. They can make a choice. The choice can be, we will fight you, push you out, and it's going to be messy. Or if you agree, let's have a negotiation and you walk out after a while. I think that's what we are seeing. So maybe my brother wants to go back and go and lecture. But I think this is a battle that has been won without a fight. And that's the best kind of victory. The NDC has what it wants. Bossman goes away without bruises, and then the other guy has resigned. We are all fine. Retired. He has retired.
He retired.
He retired. We are all fine. All right. But I worry. I worry because if these subtle pressures can be brought on people in places like EC and push them out, whether they committed the errors that Bossman committed or not, and that gives room for quote unquote a packing of the EC. In an election which we have not seen before, we are going into an election where the incumbent is not a candidate. All right? And it's a very different ballgame. Ghana so far has had 8 years of every party. Today we have a situation where somebody is going to do just 4 years and walk away. And his opponent is formidable. I think it's a bit worrying for me, which is why this issue about how we staff the EC comes up again. And I repeat, when we were writing the Constitution, there was no option than to do it the way we did it. After 32 years, the job of EC commissioner should go to Parliament, let the person be appointed objectively, interviewed or vetted openly and appointed, given a term, and we stop this political appointment because imagine what is going to happen. You think they are going to appoint you or Tia? They will appoint a pack. All right. So, after all they did, when Dr. Peter Apiahene was appointed, regardless of all the protestation, they kept him and the other woman who were all traced to the NDC.
I was just going to say that should have been a lesson, which in another place should have made it absolutely not tenable that they will do something similar. But watch. There is zero chance that they are going to appoint somebody who doesn't have NDC sympathies. I don't expect them to. I will be extremely happy.
And then they will create a toxic situation within the place.
You see?
You remember Charlotte Osei's period? Yeah. There was an infighting.
Poison atmosphere.
Because of these things.
So we have a structure which really is problematic as it stands. Okay, it's de jure. This is what the law says. But the politicians will play it. All right? So all these things come to play, and it should move us to do this constitutional review. And one of the things we should do is to change the way we appoint EC officials.
All right?
Absolutely.
So we need Sophia Kufu.
Yeah. Auntie Sophia, look. Madam Sophia Kufu is one of the most principled persons in our whole judicial sector today. She's principled and she's disciplined. Okay? She was appointed by Nana Akufo-Addo. Okay? And even related to him and Ken Ofori-Atta'S, she
got up out of her comfort and picketed at the Ministry of Finance on principle that what was going on was wrong.
The biggest statement that the group could ever have.
You don't do that. And it wasn't because she was hungry. It's principle. All right? When Justice Tokonu was put under siege, she provided the strongest defense and said, we all did this because that is what was the norm. She couldn't have done that out of criminal intent. And even if she did that, it doesn't rise to the point of removing the Chief Justice.
So beyond the public commentary, she went, as we understand, to the probe and provided testimony for her, just like other Chief Justices who went in there.
And she did so having been appointed by the government that was trying to drive Justice Tokonu away. An appointment which my senior here is saying she was skipped, as in the favor was done her. That tells you about the principle of the woman. Okay? Then, note something. The resignation happened around September. Around the time she went and complained about Justice Tokonu, that was around September.
Correct.
So you see the principle there? She will not be part of what she complains against. And so she resigned her job. Discipline also because even though she resigned, and like you've heard, she's not a timorous soul. Okay? It wasn't accepted, but she maintained the silence, the discipline of silence. And we didn't know about it. She wasn't jumping up and down, and she clearly was upset. Okay? When I grow up, I want to be like Sophia.
Sure. You want your girls to be like
Absolutely. So the general point, however, is this. See, her position is de jure again. She has a right to be there. She could have been there, held on. And I'm making this point because too many of our leaders will just stay in that position and soak up all their benefits and be part of
Tia gets about just 2 minutes, so I'm sorry. And this show, once again, is brought to you by Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination, Waylead, your trusted home builder, Bethel Dental, the smile starts here, St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in healthcare, and Curl Charcoal Toothpaste, Happy Smile. What do you say briefly about these big resignations? Oh, no.
I even have an update. This is another suspect.
I disagree with Mr. Sassari.
Look at her phone. Her phone will lead to all that.
She is. Akufo-Addo was dismissed in the 60s, but he remains to be the first former Chief Justice of the Republic. And so, Madam Tokonu is a former...
But we understand his context, that she's not eligible.
That's another matter, but she is a former chief.
Well, even if she were eligible, she won't accept. Why? Why would she accept it?
Now, in terms of the resignation of the former Chief Justice, Sophia Akufo, I mean, circumstantially, as lawyers, the only irresistible conclusion is that she did so because of the removal of Justice Tokonu.
In protest. That's the way you see it.
But that's the only conclusion. Looking at all the circumstances, that's the only way. Now, if you look at, when I listened to Felix, he said the president was waiting for whether Sophia was going to change her mind. Ask the question: does the president need to accept a resignation before it becomes effective? The answer is no. But that act is a unilateral act. So far as the letter is tendered, it doesn't need any acceptance. And so from September to until we had the response from the president, from my point of view, the president ought to have kicked in the processes to have her replacement.
All right.
But I don't know the president has done so by consulting Parliament, as we have in Article 89 of the Constitution.
All right.
For that matter, I'm of the humble view that there's a constitutional breach on the part of the president.
Okay.
That needs to be interrogated.
Important point there. Frank Anderson Jr. says that we need to commend Sophia Akufo for the dignified manner in which she handled her resignation. It was a mature approach and refreshingly was not leaked to social media, as has increasingly become the norm. A negotiated resignation is often fair, tidier, and less disruptive than some of the public spectacles we have witnessed in the past. We don't know if it's a negotiated one. Such an arrangement happens all the time in the corporate world and should not be viewed as unusual. There is something to be said for handling transitions with professionalism, discretion, and respect. Thank you for that. Bright says that, are we suggesting that Georgina Wood was toothless or not principled or followed the crowd, and that's why she served 2 terms under Akufo-Addo on the Council of State? I doubt anybody wants to make that suggestion. And okay, this one says that the word in the Constitution is a former CJ and not a retired CJ. So yes, we are right in adding Gertrude Tokono. Okay, this one says, from where I sit and what I know, we should be worried if the government appoints 2 people to cause a toxic climate for the current chairperson. That's what should concern us the most. I'm Samson Ladia Nyanini. This has been Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And, you know, Gloria Ofori-Atta'S was saying that our constitution at a point, we had the opposition leader in the Council of State. And she brings my attention to it that she was referring to the 1969 Constitution. My guests have been Gloria Ofori-Atta'S, managing legal practitioner with GOB Law Consult. Kweku Ansah-Sari is Dean, Faculty of Law, Mount Crest University College, former Director of Legal Education and Director, Ghana School of Law. The year we're entering, he was just getting out, and then Major was coming in. Thank you. Alfred Chiayeboa is former Deputy Attorney General. Dr. Clement Abasa Park is MP Bulso South and Deputy Minister for Education. And my very good friend, the Rebel, Kofi Bento, lawyer and Senior Vice President, Imani Africa. And he says that he serves notice that, you see, he's become a prophet in certain things. All right, so have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Hello there again, and thanks for joining us on Sages. We spent time with a sage last week in the field of diplomacy. But how about the area or field of education?